Got my death before decaf mug. Ready to do this.
Oh, decaf. Why do you exist?
As a sad reminder to bygone days. Hey,
Fun fact from
Dorcas, J-Post, Watto.
Decaf coffee is one of the few things you can never get out of carpet.
Huh.
Because
We're
it's
learning
not
today.
naturally brown. They add dye to it so it looks brown because people expect it to be brown. And so you're effectively dyeing your carpet if you spill decaf.
And now we're learning. Alnus Watto, friends. Hex stands represent. Friends, there's going to be a little bit of weirdness with the cameras because I need to just play show non-video. Here we go. Yeah, I need to turn up our smooth, our jig jams from this side. There we go. As everyone gets to see a small sliver of a Discord screen.
Gotta love Windows just changing audio settings every time it updates.
It's nice. It adds like a little random scramble mode because, things are far too easy and need to be harder at this point.
Right?
All right. So J-Post, Alnus, Dorcas. Firstly, Watto. Secondly, let me know if you can hear the jig of the inn behind us. And if not, then I will increase the jigification. Can hear. Good. Alright. Oh, no, we are on the wrong side. Benny, you're on the wrong side of the river.
I should just watch that recently. It's an amazing movie.
It still slaps. It still slaps.
It's,
Martin, Watto. Okay, Aldous, on that one, I will agree. I regretted saying that out loud, and we're just gonna veto it out of existence.
Oh, so tiny win for the week. I helped get a transphobe banned from Twitter.
For me, that's what
they have returned from the void.
Graphite Sparrow, welcome back. Welcome back. What I love about crushing scumbags on Twitter is that Twitter sends me a lovely little report when it happens.
Yeah. I reported something like 20 of their tweets.
Graphite, thank you for 200. Sadlin!
Ungodly saxophone noises.
Are we the champions yet? Is it official?
Speaking of which, did you see that there's going to be a Blazeball vinyl?
I did. I actually got permission for the Seattle garages to play their tunes on stream, which I'm very happy with.
Nice.
And if you didn't, I think you can still catch the VOD of the live gig they did because it slaps. 21 months to the neighborhood Lucifer. Cheers to you, friend. Cheers to you. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. To all of you, Watto and welcome. Mal, Vanderbeest, Kisa, whoever it is that River's growling at.
Do bits now.
I guess we're doing a train to start. Let's bring everyone in via locomotion.
I mean, it would be banal if we didn't.
It's... Point. J-Post, you fucking ledge. Thank you. So, come on in, friends. Come on in. You've got plenty of time before we kick off our story proper. Kisa's like, it's a hex train.
Other tiny win for the week. I am now officially legal. I now have a Washington license and plates.
Oh, very fancy.
It only took me getting a ticket to fix it. Well, a written warning, but whatever.
God.
Also, the DMV during is real weird.
I must have a
It's
level of
appointment only.
surrealism.
There's like, there's only like 50 chairs in this like lobby while you're waiting for a window and like your number to come up. There was like 6 chairs. I got handed a number instead of having to take one myself. And I was in and out in like 10 minutes.
What do you call a blind eloquent dinosaur? Do you think he thesaurus?
Favor 6, very good. Although sadly, like the absence of, like I've had sleep, so I'm embracing the terrible jokes. They do not harm me. But sorry, thank you for 200 bits, yo. Dorchus, has it been 2 feckin' years? Feckin' hell. Feckin' yacht, Baron!
What?
What do you mean, what? What do you feckin' mean, what? Feckin'. Thank you kindly. Feck! How long have we been here? 6 minutes? Alright, I guess. Oh. Okay, so yeah, so Dorchus is saying March 2nd, 2019 was the clown smear. Shit. It has been 2 years since we almost started the world's most ill-advised fight with a clown. Almost. Was the shortest campaign in history.
No, you just would have found out what you were a lot sooner.
Yeah, it would have been less Mem Null and more like Corpse Run. Why are there so many dead people outside Gunnison 4? No, it's the same person, he just keeps fucking running it. Zwoop!
What came before the pterodactyls? Gigadactyls.
I don't get it, but I might be a little too stupid this morning. Favor 6, thank you for the 200 on top. Baron with 1,000, you royal terror. Mal, what were you going to message me on Steam about, friend? Also, Watto. Oh, okay, Utopia Heart. So, I'll probably end up explaining it because raids come in throughout the day. Because Utopia Heart, this is their first memno. So, the way it works is the illustrious Baron Sheep here is our DM and Master of Ceremonies. And we are all controlling one character together. In Season 1, it was the amnesiac mech pilot, Thick McRunfast. Terabytes versus gigabytes. Okay. In my defense, the Welsh voice kind of brutalized it.
Yeah.
So, the way it's going to work is for this season, we are Emberlyn Burns, Tiefling Warlock Extraordinaire, Monster Hunter, and Epicenter of Fuckery. We are the Herald of the Queen of Embers. We have been charged with going out into the world and telling the people of this strange land of the coming of our deity. But aside from a flamey piece of silverware and a general sense of purpose, we have no idea who we were, who we are, or what happened before. So once again, we were given a character with no memory of who they were and just dropped. But as opposed to last season, which was like sci-fi and giant robots, this is kind of Magitech steampunk. And running on 5th edition D&D. So feel free to make suggestions of things you think we should do throughout the day, or, you know, soak it in, get a feel for the land. But yeah, I will be chatting to you lot. I will be taking suggestions, quips, one-liners, etc. The only person that doesn't know, the only person that knows what's going to be going on is this Mother Hubbard right here. Oh, Mal's just saying D&D is the thing they missed from post-lockdown. Very true, very true. It's different playing it online, but like Mal, if you need that like D&D fix in, we do have a West Marches style campaign as an ongoing, think kind of Darkest Dungeon D&D. So if you need to, there are parties and quests to be had.
I do need to run a game of that at some point. I also need to play again at some point. I still think I'm the only person that's died.
Yes, the irony of that not lost on any of us.
Especially because I have my other character made up already. He's a gnome. His name is Shank the Undying.
Have you noticed the disproportionate number of gnomes in the region of Arcane?
Joke. Hey, did you see that land shark? I'm glad I dodged that bullet. That sand shark must have burned a hole in ember and flames.
It's not a joke, that's a threat! Sorry, thank you for the 200 bits. Oh, that's not a joke, that's a shark! The punchline is me getting bitten!
If you see a shark, look out. It's a shark.
It's a shark! No, thank you all for kicking off a teeny tiny hype train to start our day off. People getting some little adventurer emotes. Oh, Mal, there is, but it's in the longship proper. Just cast your eye downward towards... Is it dice and more dice for... O'Collar, has he got its own? I forget. It's not like I spend every day there.
There is a pinned message to get into Ocalo, but Ocalo itself has its own channels. You have to be assigned a role to be able to see them.
Roger.
Because otherwise, I think there's like... Well, technically, I think there's like 6 channels for it.
Also, and I'm absolutely not stalling to find out what happens, but the Seattle garages are in a Blazeball final right now. So Sadling's kind of like slipping me the info, kind of like sliding me little cards to the desk, being like, "And we are doing poorly." Okay.
Okay. So Lucifer pointed me in the direction of my new favorite Chrome extension. That whenever you open a new tab, there is a randomized, adorable, like little, like a cat or like a puppy or something, and it's this little cartoon puppy, and they like get random trinkets like sunglasses or whatever, and they have randomized names, and it's adorable. And I kind of keep forgetting that I have it installed.
Oh, that sounds way cool. I had to gut mine out after getting the purple screen of death, so that was a fun round. Sorry, I didn't mean to turn it into a grumble session. No, Steam, we don't need you today. Steam, I need you to not. I'm gonna need you to professionally not. Oh. Probably help if I had Roll20 up and running. Alright, so friends, place bets now. What part of today's introduction do you reckon I'm gonna feck up? You know, obviously the contender is usually the video. I seem to be really good at that one. Oh, J-Post is putting some cash on forgetting to tweet. Audio on the video, yes. Or Graphite Sparrow's like, just yes.
You know that thing where you accidentally cut yourself and you don't notice for like a while, and you're like, when did that even happen?
I personally am always made aware of that as soon as I'm doing anything involving high amounts of citrus. Like, yes. Do you know what this gin and tonic needs? A spritz of the old fresh lemon. Let's just... When did this happen? Is a regular occurrence in my life.
I somehow managed to gash the hell out of my finger last night, and I don't know when. But yeah, at work, since we constantly have to be using hand sanitizer, just as a safety thing, we've started referring to it as paper cut finder.
Yeah, the slice detector. And jumping back, so Mal was pointing out having different time zones and stuff for Digi D&D is tricky. So Mal, the campaign that Baron set up and has been actually had multiple DMs running it, the O-Collar thing I was telling you about. See, the way it works is it's more akin to quests rather than an ongoing campaign. So you make a character, but then you sign up basically for a mission. You team up with a bunch of other people and head off on this expedition with a DM, if you will. And so it's less about committing to a weekly schedule and getting everyone in tune, and more a series of chunky one-shots. I immediately regretted saying chunky one-shot the moment I did. That was a bad idea on my part.
It also should be noted that you don't have to wait for a DM to schedule a session. If you can find a group of people that all agree on a time and place, we'll find you a DM, more or less, if we can. We've got, I think there's 6 of us, and we're all over the place. We got 1 or 2. Actually, I think at the moment we only have 1 EU GM, but we'll try and make it work if we can.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
So far, I don't think we've ever had to be no DM can run this game.
There is no DM for you. Mal's entirely aware of the West Marches system. I apologise. But at very least, thankfully, I got to mistake your question as a good excuse to explain it to others. So there we go.
Yes, there is at least 1 DM in the EU time zone, but I think they've dialed back the amount they've been GMing recently because I believe they're in classes. So
okay.
Utopia Hearts, they are the Arctis somethings. I think they're the Arctis Pros. I don't remember. I didn't actually buy them; they were a gift, so I don't remember off the top of my head. Let me check to see if they have. Actually, don't say what they are on them, which seems like failed branding.
I feel like that's kind of the thing that one would need to know. Fair enough. Maybe they're that confident. Oh, Steel Series Arctic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're the pros. Yeah, these were actually, my old roommate got them as a reward for Synergy Played Live, because they were one of the top, I think top 100 fundraisers for that. So that was one of the, rewards. And they actually already had a pair, so they just gave them to me since I helped them.
Fucking rad.
That was the year I got slapped with a fish.
Ah, yes.
That clip is both delightful and I hate it.
It's got a wonderful, almost Python-esque whimsy to it. Plus blunt force fish trauma.
Yeah, the only part that I'm not a fan of was old Fat Baron, so... That was very Fat Baron. That was almost 80 pounds ago.
Well, cheers to you, friend. Cheers to you. Well, come on in, friends. Come on in.
Utopia Hearts, I used to have a pair of SteelSeries headphones that I absolutely hated, but they're the only ones that I had for a while. But that's because they were really good in theory, but the band went behind your head, and they just used the tension of the band to clamp onto your ears. The problem is I have a very large head, so they didn't really stay on very well.
God, I mean, I've always been more for the earbuds than anything else, but I did use Astros for a while because you could take the cable out of them. So if you ever did that thing where you forgot you had them around your neck and stood up, the cable would pop out rather than you pulling the desk apart. Also great for traveling because you could just put them around your neck and pop them into the bin when you're flying. Then when you want to sit and listen to stuff, you don't have to have those manky plastic earphones. You've got your nice comfy big soft ones, pop them on. And you get the cool little plates as well. I always like that.
Yeah, no, these are absurdly comfortable. So quite fond. Quite fond of them, huh? Try to say quite a large fan and I'm quite fond.
Will you bear with me just a second?
Words. Yeah. Hey chap, how's it going? Astros have the worst microphone for the price point. Yeah. I actually don't even know how good the mic on these is because I've got my nice fancy mic, so I always just use that. Also, if anybody's looking for a decent USB like standalone microphone, the Audio-Technica AT2020 is fantastic. I've been using this one for like 10 years or something, and it's still totally fine. I think I'd replaced the cord once, but that's because I ran over it a bunch with my my chair. But it's just a USB. What is it? The weird square one that printers normally use. Is that Type C?
I'm very sorry for careening away like that, friend. I heard odd river noises, and she already got into the bins once this morning. So I was like, oh no, don't you do this to me twice, dog. It's fine. And I got leftover pizza now, so 2 for 2.
Yes. I had leftover thing that was supposed to be soup, but ended up not being soup last night. So.
How does it cease to be soup?
I thought we still had noodles. We did not have noodles though, so I used rice instead, and it ended up soaking up a lot more of the broth than I expected.
Okay, so more risotto.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wolfrad. I was expecting bad, and it was not bad, so I came back with pizza.
That's a win.
Oh, garages are tied with the Tigers. Could this finally be Seattle's chance to be Baseball champions? To be heroes? Sorry, I promise I won't turn today into a Baseball talk. The ticker...
Well, since we're waffling, have you seen Super Hipster Baron yet?
Is your alternate ego by day, Baron Sheep, but by night, Super Hipster Baron. Ironically fighting crime wherever it may be.
So, yeah, I picked up blue blockers a while ago, and I realized they just make me look like the hugest hipster.
You do look like you have very strong opinions about hops.
You know, I like Elysian, but you know, they've started outsourcing their hops to Eastern Washington, and you know, it's just not the same. You really need that Western Washington hops to get the proper oomph in there. Gotta stop.
It's too much power to control. Okay, Alnus, that hurt on a fundamental level. Can't wait for your next podcast. Alright, listen, Linda.
Hey. Speaking of which, we need to talk to somebody about getting a thing going.
And also, like I said, I don't want to get too much into the baseball talk because I know it can get quite boring. Like a lot of regular sports. I mean, and I'm sure you've heard this story a million times. Like Salem was saying, the next game could get quite rough. The Seattle Garages have their worst pitcher stepping up to the plate, who is Lenny Marijuana. However, the weather forecast for the next round of the match is black holes, so someone could lose a win. God, I love baseball.
I had somebody, it was a coworker of mine who is an older gentleman, being like, yeah, I like saw this guy on like Facebook that was streaming playing a video game, and he had like hundreds of people watching him, and I just thought that was nuts. I'm like, I mean, hundreds of people watch, like millions of people watch other people play football.
Who
How is
would
that
do
any
such
different?
a thing? It has been one of the things that's been like an upside of lockdown is, especially extended friendos who never really understood the Twitch ecosystem suddenly being like, oh, that's why you all hang out online. I'm like, fucking yeah, we get to do shit like this. Oh, Ikoa, I will not apologize for getting you into Blazeball. And Dorcas, you are correct. The crabs are back. Claws up. Claws up. Wraith like, all this Blazeball talk over here, and I'm over here getting excited for real sports like a weirdo. God, yeah, that is weird.
You should get that looked at.
Yeah. I think you can get an ointment for that. Geesa's like, you have summoned my people! Ascend as crab. Oh, lordy, lordy. Get that feeling I'm forgetting something.
Tweet.
Okay. Who had Will forgets to tweet on their bingo card? Okay, Mal, that hurt on several levels. Mal with, I used to play real sports like you. Then I took a keyhole surgery to the knee. Oh, dude. Oh, you made my kneecaps feel weird.
As someone who almost had to have that. Yeah.
Oh, Mal, I don't doubt it's true.
I dislocated my kneecap when I was 18. Luckily, I didn't tear anything.
I can't spell today.
I can't spell ever. I'll like misspell really normal words, like I don't know, common things like neighborhood or something, but then I can spell like juxtaposition on the first try.
Yeah, just boof. But through thought and God, there's one
Thorough.
other, and I just get them all over the place.
Yeah, thorough. That's one for me. I can
Thorough
spell
can go fuck itself. I'm sorry. It's Baron and Will's strong opinions on words. The problem is
words that are awful. Drawer. I hate that word. It's awful. Drawer.
sofa. No, sorry, couch. So I always say sofa instead of couch because I can spell it. Yeah. Welcome to our podcast within a podcast. Words that Will and Baron hate.
I mean, most people hate the word moist.
Distended, I still think is worse.
It's pretty bad.
It's not a good. If something is distended, it's not in a good state.
No. Oh, hey, Whisper. You could tell that I was wearing a clean shirt that didn't have Whisper hair all over it, didn't you?
Aldous was joking about the podcast. This is why you never make comedy characters, because they come to life. Sorry, I just saw Ikoa. As someone who has learned English as a second language, yes, to all those words. Fuck them.
It's not a fox tentacle tortoise. that is somehow worse. It is this little asshole.
Kitty! Everyone step
Yeah,
back!
really.
He's got a cat and it's loaded!
Ow.
Cat's immediate vengeance.
Meet cat's butthole. What is he? What are you doing there? That's what I get for having wide shoulders.
It essentially
like
makes
cat.
you a mobile cat jungle gym.
Yeah. Also makes it very difficult to buy dress shirts.
It's the cats. Well, so Dorcas, as established, the grayscale from Baron's a radiating effect. So it's not actually a filter. It's a radiating like AOE.
It's a medical condition. It's only ever counteracted if I'm in the presence of someone like hella gay. Then it kind of,
It creates an
can counteract it.
intermediary effect called the shimmer.
Yeah.
So actually, there was a science team studying it for a while. It was interesting.
It's really annoying having them all follow you around. If they always like insisted on wearing lab coats everywhere.
It's very strange. The Mauser Cat 98. Meow.
I actually used to have an airsoft Mauser C96 or C98.
Oh, very nice. I had Mosin. Had one of the sniper Mosins because it looked cool. And that's it. That's the whole reason I had it.
I also had two gas-powered Berettas and a fully electric AK.
Huh? Oh, so
I was very into airsoft for a while.
before obviously lockdown ruined everything ever. Mal does a lot of airsofting back in the UK, and I regret not taking up on the offer more times to go because I was too worried about something else pointless.
Yeah.
Did get to do the mall. That was very cool. Like a decommissioned shopping centre in the UK as an airsofting site, and it was feckin' cool.
That'd be dope.
Yeah.
We used we knew a guy that owned some land, and on either side of it was a field for like growing like corn and stuff. But in the middle there's a tree blind which is used to like help block wind. And some people turned it into a paintballing field. So they like built bunkers like down trees and stuff. So whenever they weren't using it, we'd use it to airsoft.
That's fucking rad.
Speaking of which, have I shown you my my indulgence purchase?
Is that the Nerf McCree?
Yeah.
I keep seeing it. I saw it on sale, and I considered it. And then I realised that bringing Nerf guns into this home would only result in an arms war in which the two halves of the house turn into basically like fortified trenches.
Yeah.
Guinea pigs sent from one end of the house to the other like messengers.
The only thing that I dislike about this is it's actually not a like 6-shot revolver. It's literally a 1-shot, like it only loads one bullet.
Oh no, so you can't do like the cheeky break.
No. Ironically, the tracer guns are 3 shots, but the actual revolver is only a 1-shot.
No, I was that guy in the office at CA that started the Nerf arms race. Because, friends, in most like tech or game companies, Nerf weapons are just an ambient thing. It happens. That's not strange. But what always happens is one person takes it too far, and that was me. We got the little derringers, and we shot at each other, and it was a fun afternoon. Actually, we had a full power out, and the backup generator died. So we're at work, but there's literally nothing we can do. There's no power. So we go to lunch. We're pottering about, and we see there's a sale on at the toy store. And so we got ourselves a bunch of Nerf guns. And that's where it should have ended. That's where that story should have stopped. But it did not. And the point where I got the Centurion was the point where I realised I was going too far. Which, if you haven't seen it, is about, like, half my height and then some, with a huge ratchet bolt down the side. Oh, yeah, no, Mal. I'm not saying... Okay, no, you know what? I'm not even going to put a Caleb story around it. Yes, we did shoot Craig while he was having a poo in one of the cubicles at work. Because grown-ass adults. But I was at the point where I had one taped under my desk in case shit went down, because it made me laugh. Where someone's like, reach for the sky, and I'm like, alright, look, listen. Ha-ha! I once built a sniping nest out of beanbags from one of the meeting rooms, and placed them, I rearranged them up so I could hide in them, or like a little, yeah.
My very first job, we sold those, like, those fake bunches of grapes that they're like rubber for decorating and stuff. But the grapes fall off the vines all the time, and they're just loose in the bin. And normally we just, like, you know, throw them away or whatever because you can't really reattach them. But my coworker and I just discovered that they flew really well, and so we would just have pockets of them. And as we'd be walking by each other, we'd just start lobbing them at each other. So we'd just like be slowly walking by and then just grapes, and then just like keep going.
We had a game called Checkmate. Where the goal was to put an entire fruit in someone's tea without them noticing. It came from just what we used to call kitchen crazy. So during video game development, like, there's a lot of things going on, especially towards the end of a project. Like, even if you're not crunching, you're having to keep track of like 15 things at once, regardless of your discipline. And so what we used to realize is that people would be running hot most of the day. They'd go in the kitchen to get a cup of tea and take a break, and all the stress would result in this like spontaneous bouts of just nonsense behavior. For me, it was Checkmate, where I just was standing next to, I think it was Peter, it doesn't matter. I was like, was it Bishop to Queen B4? And he's like, what? And I'm like, Bishop to Queen B4. So he thinks about it and he goes, something like, Knight to Pawn A7. And I'm like, interesting. And I slam dunked a kiwi into his tea and went, checkmate! Fucking left. The kiwi was then put in the freezer, used for another round, and each time it was put back in the freezer and returned, as it slowly warped and contorted with this life cycle of flash burn, then frozen, and flash burn. And it became this like tactical game of obfuscation and skullduggery. Of like, now the secret was to try and get the fruit in whilst they were pouring and didn't see, or to find an identical cup, make an identical cup of tea in colour, but have a whole ass kiwi just in there. Skin on, the whole shebang.
In high school, my friends and I started pockpicketing each other, where we'd try to slip things into each other's pockets. It finally culminated in my friend getting so good at this, he got people to hold things. He would very carefully like take like a pen and just like, they'd be standing there talking, and he'd like put it near their hand, and just while they're in like the midst of an engaged conversation, they just like kind of grab it. And at some point, he got somebody to hold on to an entire push broom for like 15 minutes before they went, why am I holding a broom? Like several people had cycled in and out of the conversation before he even noticed. And we're like, nope, that's it. You got somebody to hold a broom for 15 minutes. Like, I can't. There's no one-upping that.
Yes, no, that's just victory. We used to... okay, you know what? That is a story for another time. That is a story for another time. But, as we are about 5 minutes away from proper kickoff, I have banged out a whole ass tweet. Which is mostly just me asking people to come show up and help with one-liners. Because just in case Wizards of the Coast show up, I want to pretend like I'm like a snappy, cool player. Because I've seen some of their people. They're dull. That was me.
Yep. That was Baron realizing that he forgot to silence his phone.
Okay, I can see this message now in Roll20 Baron. If I show these people, they will not be happy. Okay, no, you know what? You know what? Hang on. It also helps me. Oh, you cheeky Mother Hubbard! No, that's just my face super close up. Brilliant, I did it again. No, I made it worse. Why? Why does this keep happening? Okay. There we go. No one will believe me. I could tell them, they won't believe me.
Nope.
Alright, well, let's bring it back to here for now. So, friendos, if you want to grab a cup of tea, a drink, snack, kick off in about 3 minutes.
Alcoholic beverage, if you'd like. I like that because I'm wearing the rainbow ampersand. It acts as a green screen.
Well, actually, I couldn't unpack the box. Oh, I guess for Utopia and Peeps. If you haven't seen it, this is the box of props, and it's feckin' grand.
Well, I blame you for making me want to start getting into painting minis.
Well,
like that's not a hobby I need.
I mean, feck, if there's a time to take it up, my friend, it's now.
It's mostly I have nowhere in this apartment to like do it.
Well, that's the only reason why I haven't had a chance to crack out the airbrush, which might have to be like a summer thing. But I've been chatting with some friendos that have used like the little mini painting boxes and stuff. And supposedly they're pretty good. Oh, sorry. Gotta get paid! Gotta pay for that meat. And Ian's carefully made medallion. Check this out.
Oh, by the way, the rest of your Christmas present finally showed up.
Oh, way cool. Potions, as required. Now, I don't want to assume these are health potions, but if they were, in each of these is the correct amount of dice if they were. But just like with Rogue and NetHack, assuming a potions method because of its color is a fast way to give yourself poison and or dysentery. Oh, this is a red potion, so it must be a health potion. Not on this run, it's not. On this potion, on this run, it's a poo out your own heart potion. Oh, and our Warlock's Tome. I need to copy my other spells into here, which I have not done. Oh, Tal says same dice for poison. Would Baron confirm if it was? I highly doubt it.
It does 2d4 something. Healing? Acid? Fire? Level drain? Who knows?
Let's find out! As we play Chug That Potion! The exciting game show where literally anything can happen. Congratulations! You're now a gelatinous cube with one wonky left arm. Is it yours? Is it something you half dissolved? You don't know! Potions!
I think my favorite potion that I ever saw used was the, it was a potion that for like 10 minutes or something, once a round, made you roll on the Wild Sorcerer's Wild Magic table, even if you weren't a sorcerer. And so one of the things on that table, at least the table they were using, was you become a god briefly. So for like 5 minutes, he was just a god.
I mean, that's one way to throw some spice into an adventure.
Yeah.
Also, no, Common Cap, we are not going to feed it to Hex. Although Hex does have a mimic knife, so we could feed it to that. Which is...
I think Hex has a higher... Hex might have a higher con than you.
I mean, entirely possible. We are very glass cannony.
I see your mystery potion and raise you a deck of many things.
I keep almost buying a physical deck of many things because I've found a couple really cool ones.
Okay, that sounds rad. I still, I think it was, Dan Jones's Table of Rings. I quite like that. That as just random loot drops, he had this huge table of rings, varying from the powerful to the ridiculous. It did include the Ring of Extra Ring Finger, which I don't know why it always makes me smile. It's a ring that when you put it on, you gain an extra ring finger.
Alright.
But surely you wouldn't need it if you didn't wear it. But this one gives you an extra finger. So I've always loved that one. It's things like, when activated, you can detect the nearest source of beer for 10 minutes.
It's amazing.
Like, you gain an additional saving throw on the color blue. Like... Oh yeah, Alnus, you could do the double bird one hand mystical flip move, which I guess kind of looks like the horn, but with more intent. Yeah, Fearless. You could have as many fingers as you do extra ring fingers. Think of all you could do with that.
You just end up having a hand that is just fingers.
Yeah. Yeah, as Varbles is saying, get 10 of those. You could freak someone the feck out with a hand with 15 fingers on it.
I'm looking for a man with 6 fingers on his right hand. I've got 15 fingers on my right hand.
Oh, God! Pleasure to meet you. Hell no. Hell no. God. It'd be like gripping a hench spider. Oh, like a really swole spider. But a regular-sized one. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put that into everybody's brains. Sometimes I think. Sometimes I speak before I think.
I think most times you speak before you think.
It's the cause of and solution to most of my problems. Alright, Keith is saying they do the same, so it's not just me. Run the intro! Run the intro! Okay. Okay. So how do I do this? I've got to... Can you pause the music, man?
Boop.
Okay. Now, this should work. This should work. And I've adjusted the audio so it shouldn't blow everyone's eardrums out. Maybe. So. Okay. Individuals one and all, we should be ready to begin. Memory equals null. Episode 5. Season 2. And... Harpacha! Okay. One and all. Let's feckin' do this! Okay.
As always, thank you, DMK, for that music, Shrieker for making the intro video, and D20 Music for having our lovely looping music.
Cheers to you all. So yes, this is Memory Equals Null, sponsored by Roll20. We are Season 2, 5 episodes in. If this is your first time joining us, it is me and all of you lot playing a campaign by the illustrious Baron Sheep. Now, good sir, would you like to take us through the story so far?
Yes, so the story thus far, Emberlin initially awoke to some kind of vision where he was given a missive by someone calling themselves the Queen of Embers to go forth and spread the word of her coming. He was then awoken on a ship with a crystal in the middle that makes it fly. You have gone on many various adventures. You have discovered that you were apparently part of some kind of hunters guild. You have made friends and enemies. Very narrowly escaped a coup on the first island that you went to. You now have an adorable kobold sidekick named Hex, as well as a turtle paladin that has an iron shell that tried to stand up against the coup and ended up having to flee with you. You are now in the city-state of Tajema, which is the partially submerged city full of mages and various other magically inclined people. You are just about to head out because you have been given a, we'll say, mission by the goddess of storms and tempest to go and kill her ex-wife.
Yeah, which we're probably not going to do, but we're going to at least go and say hi.
You briefly tried to investigate the manufacturer of your ship, Artem Industries. Tried to get kind of a meeting with the head honcho. You were unsuccessful, but you at least tried to get a message passed to them. And on your way back to your ship, there is a very angry, very elderly gnome waiting at the base for trying to figure out who owns the ship. And we ended last time noting that he was trying to figure out who owned the ship now because he made this ship for his ex-fiancée. But like Will said, if you were new to this, this is all of you and Will controlling Emberlin Burns. You know a couple of your guys' stats, but everything else you don't know. So you're just rolling randomly.
Yes. So we started this whole... Let me just bring up Emberlin's sheet. So we started this whole adventure with a blank character sheet. We were made aware of our race quite quickly because we're a tiefling. The horns are a dead giveaway.
That's good too.
But yeah, the rest we've had to work out as we go along. Yeah, sorry, we did pay the dock toll. So we don't have to worry about... Okay, well, we did also drop a dead snake on a bloke. So... That's who we kind of assumed the angry gnome or dwarf. Sorry, the angry gnome was going to be. Was whoever got face splattered by a weak old snake corpse. Turns out wasn't. So that's a whole thing.
The was a dwarf. So
to give you a little bit of grounding, friends, we are a warlock. We have taken the Pact of the Tome. Did I write tomb? Cool. Good work, Will. Great! Pact of the Dead Block!
Not even the dead block, pack the dead place.
Yes. We know our constitution and our charisma, and that's about hecking it. Oh, we did finally work out what our hit points were, and that took us a while. And very quickly... character... Spells, here we go, sorry. In case you're wondering what we are batting for, we have, obviously, Eldritch Blast, Thaumaturgy, Sacred Flame, Produce Flame, Mage Hand. You'll notice a fire theme going through this. Burning Hands, Hellish Rebuke, and Hex. We also gained Darkness and Misty Step to get into some cheeky shenanigans.
Which I believe we are instead calling Fiery Step.
Yes.
Instead of disappearing in a flame of mist, you disappear into kind of a puff of flame.
Yeah.
Because that's just fluff, and so why not make the fluff cool?
Hells yeah. Well, and like, you know, our whole thing is, as both a warlock and as a character in this world, our power comes from the Queen of Embers, who we don't quite understand. She may be bad news, or she might be just here to shake the snow globe a little bit. But suffice it to say she's... That's easy for me to say. Suffice it to say, she's... Baron, you're right there.
Did I go away?
Baron.
The heck?
Baron, you're right. Wait.
Uh...
Baron Sheep, are you starting soon?
OBS decided to randomly change scenes on me. Okay. And then reset my camera.
Memnol!
Alright. Okay, there we go. I'm back. Oh, I know why. I was trying to get rid of a notification on my phone and I tapped the starting soon thing on my stream deck.
We can't see you, good sir.
Let me try.
Okay, well, when Invisibaron returns, yeah, so this is what we're batting for. We've got most of our spells in this cool little book, though I do need to write out the other ones. Feck, what else to know about Emberlyn? We've got a fancy axe, like a fancy flame-etched axe, which we kind of didn't think too much of, but may or may not be a god killer, as you do. So far, we've been using that thing as cool back decoration. Oh, and we had we had a cool pistol as well. That was pretty rad.
Crashing, cool.
Hi, so I'm going to be playing the role of Baron Sheep for today's show, and Viking Blonde will be played by Dragon over here. Discord's just thrown it. Curveball. So Dragon, how do you feel about playing the role of Will? Yes, actually, I think that guy's a bit of a numpty, and I'd kind of rather not. Can we change roles, please? Sorry, Dragon, I don't make the rules. Okay, I've only got so many voices. I'm trying not to destroy myself vocally too much by doing. It's like I could do a full-on thunder screechy dragon voice, but the Perun voice just works. Gets it done.
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, OBS just decided to give up the ghost there for a moment. That was fun.
I love it when it does that. And Rate, you're right. The dragon should be Welsh, but I can't do a good Welsh accent in the slightest. And Halness like, Will, did you switch to the forbidden scene again? It wasn't me this time. It's an automatic assumption. Will, what did you do? Like, come on!
Oh, that's gonna mess up the recording. Oh well. There we go. Note to self: don't push that button.
Sorry, Rate's like, we can't do a good Glaswegian either, but that doesn't stop you. Touché, friend. Touché.
Right. So yeah, other things of note for this campaign. The number over here is a hidden bit and sub goal that when you guys hit them, things happen. In the first campaign, first time you guys hit that, a legendary pirate ship showed up.
And fucked up our day. It would continue to fuck up our day several times over.
So, you are
Okay. Well, just making sure I've got some currency to hand. Got a couple of dwarven. Oh, and sorry, the little dragon is doing wonderful. They're up by in a comfy spot up by the Psycho Zaku, as you do.
So yes, you have just been told that this person made your ship for his ex-fiance. So, unless you think of anything else you would like to recap.
Well, was he trundling off at the end?
No, he's like sitting there waiting trying to figure out who owns the ship because he apparently has beef to pick with him. You were trying to be like, oh no, that's totally not my ship, and you started to walk away, and then you turned around and were like, actually, why are you waiting for somebody here?
Keys. Well, I mean, I'm gonna start this whole thing on a do we lie? That's the question. Do we throw some shenanigans in? Decisions. I mean, we can sneak past him, and we could just ask him straight up. Wait, are you Artem of Artem Industries? But that means we're tied into informing him that we have acquired this varying vessel, even though it's unlikely that he's going to be happy that we nicked his. Yeah. We also don't know what happened to aforementioned fiancé. They might have died bad, and that would be bad for us. Sorry, I'm just checking our inventory. I'm like, what do we have that we could use? If this gets bad, we do have Pocket Sand, the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card. Well, you see, the truth is about your fiancé. Pocket Sand! Run! That is our last-ditch maneuver.
Throw sand on the face of this incredibly elderly gnome.
It'll take him ages to get it out. It's got tiny eyes. Charles' fiancé might be the god of embers. Shit, I hadn't thought of that. Because from what we learnt from conversations with, Death, in prior episodes, we know that the Queen of Embers is one of the few gods to take godhood. And we don't have a time frame on this. Yes, and Kisu, you're right. All hail, Queen of Embers. All hail. So he's a very elderly dwarf on a dock.
Gnomes are.
Sorry, no, a very elderly gnome. So, worst case, we'll just chuck him off the dock. No body, no crime.
Well, and it's not quite a dock. You're at the base of a tower that goes up with like an elevator, and then your ship is up at the top of that. So your ship, flies.
I mean, so the dome and the water would be beneath us, right?
No, you're in the dome. You flew down in, and there's like a docking area somewhere inside the dome.
But there's
little towers.
But there's still something we can throw him off, right?
Yeah, you'd have to go up to the top of, because you're at the base of the tower at the moment. But yeah, you could like take him up, like, oh yes, let's go up there and take a look at that, and bye.
Okay, bye. I wonder if gnomes can actually reach terminal velocity. Maybe they're like birds, they can't fall fast enough to do themselves damage. Wow, sorry, I got really dark for a second there. Okay. Word of power, yeet. Kisa's like, why? Kisa, it's important to have options.
Dear any new DMs, keep in mind, anytime that you post something to your players, they might just want to throw them off a cliff. That's always an option.
Collaborative storytelling, right. I am going to use, who was it that suggested? Dorcas' suggestion of kind of like taking a pause in a moment and just going, are you Arden?
Is that what you're going with?
Yeah.
Yes. What? Yes. Arden Knackle. I built this ship specifically by myself, and I designed, and he points at the rest of the other ships around you. I mean, all of those. Do you want an autograph or something?
I mean, I came to speak to you today, but your assistant was insistent that I wasn't important enough to speak with you.
Most people aren't. And so far, you have given me no reason to think that you are, so go away. He just, like, goes back to waiting.
Alright. I look at Hex. I look at Shamu. I look at Hex's... Shamu. Sorry.
Sharsu.
Sharsu.
Shamu's the killer whale.
I'm a bad friend. I look at Sharsu. And I look at the Mimic Dagger. I feel we should be straight with this guy. As much as punting a gnome off the top of a Magitech tower feels fecking hilarious. Kisa, I've not done anything yet. Shamu the killer whale. No, I'm as confused as you lot are. Feck.
We just pan to the outside of the dome and you just see a killer whale being like, "Yo, what's up?
What's up?
You call me?"
It's actually, I've got some insight into this, but okay, you're ignoring me.
I fully expect somebody to make an NPC now that's just Shamu the killer whale.
So, you're the head of Artem Industries, but you built that shit yourself.
Yes, it was prototype. It was a gift for my fiance to, ex-fiance to celebrate our engagement.
Oh, ex-fiance? What happened?
She had, goals that I could not help with, and she decided that... Why am I telling you this?
Well, on a scale of 1 to very flamey, how were her goals?
Just squints at and goes, very.
All right, friends, we're going to be clear with them. All right, so I unfurl the medallion and go, I think I work for your ex.
He just... His face just kind of, like, goes from, like, concern and questioning to, like, shock and just... Oh.
Let me introduce myself proper. I am Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers.
Oh, then. Guess she, Huh. Well, then. That changes some things.
She seems to be doing well, from what I can tell, if that brings you comfort. I'd love to tell you... You've now told me more about that ship than I've known. I will be completely honest with you, sir. I woke up in that... Feck. How many days has it been? A handful of days ago. With no...
Like a week or two.
I woke up on that ship about a week and change ago. With no memory. And... I observed that its construction and unique properties seem to be very, very different from everything else around. That's why I popped into your offices today to hopefully gain a little bit of insight into who I was before all this and where this ship came from. So you've told me more in 2 sentences than I've found out in weeks.
He kind of hobbles towards you. He's got like a cane, so he kind of looks you up and down. Then he hobbles over to Sharsu and he looks Sharsu up and down. He hobbles over to Hex and looks Hex up and down. And he's actually like just a little bit shorter than Hex. Mostly because he's like hunched over. He goes, I'll take these 2 with you as well.
They are.
Hex just like, hello. I am Hex. That's Sharsu. Yes. Well, if you wouldn't mind, we should probably go somewhere slightly more private than this to discuss things.
Okay, so friends, we got two paths here. What we can do is we can offer to talk with him after we get back from our little mission, and if he wants to take the ship back, then like we're not going to be jerks about it. We'll just steal someone else's boat. Or we can go have a conversation with him, but it might mean the stormy god might be a little bit hella very angry with us. Well, more angry. Well, I guess she wouldn't be as mad for inaction as for the fact that we're probably not going to kill her ex. Dorch's suggesting talk to him first. Red Isles are a way off. Alright, if we have a look on the map, I guess there are fair ways. I don't know if this map is to scale, because we started off here. We're over here, and Red Isles is way up here.
It is not to scale. It's more of a rough
Okay.
correlation of where they are in direction.
Clank just with a lot of X's in this world. And Wraith, you're right.
X's in the real world.
Yeah. We only answer to one god. We take polite requests from the others. like a wedding DJ. I can't believe I just made that comparison. Why you lot put up with me, I don't know. Okay, so the only strong opinion is we go talk to him now. I'll tell you what, let's ask Xiaosu and Hex to stay with the boat. Just, I don't know why, I feel like we should. I'm not saying I'm a fan of split the party, but we should be able to get underway once we get back. Oh, Kisa wanted to talk to the boatman as well. It's Mr. Boatman to you. Okay, yeah. So, Dorcas says, no guarantee the Queen won't call you up before you make it back to talk to him. Point. Okay. Sorry's an agreement as well. Okay. So, to Mr. Ardens. That sounds like a plan. Turning to... I keep wanting to say Shamu now. Fuck.
I broke it. We broke it.
To Xiaosu and Hex. Would you both mind staying with the boat? I'll chat with this lovely gentleman and I'll be back with you as soon as. Emberlyn Burns, wedding DJ to the gods. Fuck. This is going to be a day, isn't it?
Sure, she goes, sure you're okay to go off by yourself?
Worst case, you'll hear me screaming and running before you see me.
Alright, he kind of pats Hex on the back and goes, come on, little one, let's go find some street meat. And he's like, oh, street meat. And starts he's like, I saw one over there that smelled real good, let's go. And scampers away. Sharpshooter just turns and looks at you and gives you a nod and then follows Hex.
We have known Hex for days, and I am prepared to fight and die for that little coggold. Okay.
Alright. Follow me if you will. He starts hobbling away. He's very old, so it's he's walking very slowly. It's one of those, it's almost painful for you to walk this slow.
I'll attempt to weather the incredibly slow walk with some air of dignity. At least attempt.
Yeah. You get to the end of the dock and
River.
You notice
It's okay.
There's actually
River
a little...
Sorry.
There's a sledge basically that has the crystals on the sides that's hovering just a couple inches off the ground, and he climbs on in, and there's a bench seat and some controls. I guess I want to.
Okay. I'll give it a little test with my foot first, but I'll head on in.
Yeah, I mean, it gives a little bit, but then bounces back. It's kind of like stepping in. It's much like stepping in your boat.
Okay.
Where it kind of like rocks a bit, but you steady yourself. And yeah, he fires it up, and like you start cruising down the street in this like weird sled car thing powered by crystals.
Which will be the name of my first album.
After that, he hasn't said anything to you. He's just like completely silent and like kind of lost in thought. So you make your way through the streets of Tajama.
I don't know. Usually, I'd be all for some quips and some small talk, but for this time, I'm just going to sit calmly in silence.
For the first time, not smiles blazing.
For the first time. Well, I mean, there's always a little hint of a grin, certainly, but as tempting as it would be to probe. Riversong! What are you doing? Come, lie down. I'm so sorry, everybody. The ultimate booth. River, I'm not letting you out. Okay, so I'm so sorry. So continuing the ride.
Yeah, so he, basically just like drives in silence. You actually go past the warehouse or the sales warehouse place that you just came from, and goes like back into the kind of complex that is Artem Industries. Eventually coming to a very large, very fancy building. Pulls up front and he like stops the sledge, and then like climbs out and starts walking inside.
Okay. I just will follow in step. Well, not in step, because then I'd be doing this like slow motion walk for gnomes.
Yeah. There's a couple of guards at the front door that open the door for him and let you in. They just kind of nod at him.
Okay.
You go in and it's all like, this place is gorgeous, like dark wood floors, like intricate tapestries on the walls. There's a bunch of like little models of the ships on pedestals going down this hallway. And he just like putters all the way down. This place just, it's even smells nice. Like there's next to some of the lights in the walls, there's like these braziers that are like burning incense and stuff.
Yeah.
You go all the way down to the end and there's this big door, and he opens it and walks inside. And it's this big office. Directly in front of you, there's like this large desk, which he starts making his way to. There's a couple of like, there's a fireplace over in the corner. There's a huge like drafting table, as well as many like of the like small shards of like the blue crystals and the green crystals laying around. So clearly like where he like does all his designing and stuff.
Okay.
As well as over in one corner, there's just a stack of like dishes of like half-eaten meals. He goes and he sits behind the desk, like climbs up into the chair, which is kind of comical, seeing this tiny gnome behind this huge desk. And then he gestures for you to take a seat. Yes, can I get you something to drink? And he opens the drawer and on his desk, and he pulls out like a glass and a big decanter of whiskey.
I forget. It's pretty early in the day for us, isn't it?
It's fairly early. It's like it's like 11 or so.
Well, with an over-the-top smile, like, well, I mean, you twisted my arm, sir.
So he pulls out another glass and pours you some and slides it across the desk to you.
Okay. So, grabbing it thusly. So. Why red?
So this stays between you and me.
Of course.
Might have used some kind of illegal magic to make them.
Legasp.
Most of the crystals are actually naturally occurring and harvested from an island to the southwest of here.
Okay.
I took some of them and I might have used a bit of blood magic. And it overcharged them a bit, so your ship is quite fast, especially for a ship of its size. Often the larger ships can get much faster just because the large crystals can put out more energy, but yours is very fast for its size.
Okay.
It was took a bit to get them stable, but they are now stable.
And before we get into the nitty gritty, you ever done any work with pistols in the ilk?
Yes, I've made a few pistols.
So I show him the holstered one, not a full drawer as to make panic, but like, is this one of your handiwork as well?
Yes, that was part of a packaged gift to my ex.
Well, before we get into stories and whatnot, I want to say this off the bat. You gave these as a gift to the Queen. Well, God, it seems so strange to speak about the god that I serve in a manner that one might an old friend. But you gave these things to her, and while she did give them to me, if you wish to have them back, I will take no offense.
It would appear that she has re-gifted them to you, and knowing her, she has some great plan for why, so I was sad when she left, but I do not hold a grudge, and actually I do wish her well. And if this is the same person that has become a god, it would appear that she gives her gold and then some.
It doesn't stop being weird saying that, though. Become a god. I'm still getting used to all this. As I said, I have like from my perspective, I've been around for about a week, and it doesn't get any less odd.
Yes, I had my suspicions when I heard rumors of the gods falling silent, and he gestures to a side door. He goes, I have a small observatory with a rather powerful telescope, and I was looking at the new star myself, and I had my suspicions, and it would appear that if they are in fact the same person, or maybe she's just serving your god. But either way.
On that I could not tell you, but tell me a little about her.
She was an incredibly powerful pyromancer who, seeking to advance her art. She, gorgeous woman. It's difficult to tell looking at her, but she was an Asima. She was a half angel, which I made many jokes about, which wasn't a fan of pet names, so I avoided those vehemently, which, you would too if the person you're in a relationship with could light you on fire.
I'm pretty sure she still could if I was overtly gauche. I'm pretty sure she could still set me ablaze. But sorry, please continue.
She
Wraith.
we met while I was doing research actually into firearms. She helped me do some of my research into various weaponry in exchange for currency, and one thing led to another. We ended up, I thought, falling in love. Proposed. She said yes at first, and then later no. But she wanted nothing else but to advance her craft and her art, and she became fascinated with the dragons that now sit on the poles and caused the cataclysm, the Grim Crusade. They are both they're both dragons of fire themselves, and just by the end of melting the ice caps. So they are arguably the most powerful fire entities this side of the fire plane. So she wanted to find a way to gain their favor. She thought she could do this by killing the Nazil that killed their offspring, which is what caused the rift between the two.
My word.
So, not exactly a small feat when you set out to kill, effectively, a demon lord. But, if anybody could do it, it was her. Her plan was to find one of these demon lords, specifically the one that killed their child, and either kill it herself or trap it, cage it, something, and then bring it to one of the great dragons as a sign of tribute, hoping to then learn something about the way that they controlled fire. I told her this was reckless and I could not, in good conscience, aid her, wish her well, or even accompany her on what was effectively a suicide mission. So she ended our engagement and set off without me, which I feel rather bad about. But
My word. What happened next?
never heard from her again. I went on. I continued building up my company. The ship that you're now in possession of was one of the first, so it was before my company really kind of took off. I began selling the ships. This company boomed. It fueled my research. I was able to build my empire, and then a while ago, the gods fell silent. I heard of all this, and then the ship shows up in my docks, and
Hello.
yeah.
Well, I'm sorry I haven't more to add to this story. I can tell you that she's doing well, that her power is, in a charming manner, utterly terrifying. But I've been given no more missive than to be her herald. I was given I was given this particular piece of cutlery as I unhooked the axe to place on the desk, and told, go forth, spread news of her coming. She's not tasked me with the destruction, slaying, reuniting, or construction of anything. I'm merely her, I don't know, introduction? Opening act? She's been very clear about being very vague.
She gestures that and goes, "Yeah."
Of course, of course.
Yeah, uses his cane to like hook it and like drag it towards him. He then takes his glasses off and shuffles around at his desk for a moment and pulls out another pair of glasses that has the multiple lenses for like magnification.
Yes, Graphite Sparrow, the hype man, if you will.
Emberlyn Byrne, hype man to the gods.
Yeah, she managed a full-on balk.
Full-on board.
Yes, which poor Tangy Zeno has now found out the power of their speakers.
I didn't even hear her board.
Oh, we did. We did.
Sorry.
It's okay, it's okay. Sorry, you were saying.
So he looks it over, kind of examines it thoroughly, which is funny because it's like a full-size like battle axe, and he's this tiny elderly gnome. He's like looking it over and he goes, This I don't recognize, unfortunately, but I know she did know Celestial, which, if you're unaware, that's what he points to the runes on the blade.
Oh.
So it says, God Rend, which seems ominous and very much her flavor.
I'm learning.
You actually did know that already. The priest, or the high priest at the temple told you that.
I figured I'd let him have this one. Dude's had a hard enough day. I'm gonna let him have a win.
Yeah. He sets it back down and he shoves it back towards you. He goes, "It's a beautiful axe, though. Very well made. I'm very much a fan of quality craftsmanship, and that's very well made."
Indubitably. And let's get that sheath back out. That sheath back up.
I would, if you have the time, or at some point I would like to run a couple tests on it to see if I can figure anything out about it. But, has she told you her name, or does she just refer to herself as the Queen of Embers?
Just as the Queen of Embers. As I said, she's very caring. She seems to take a direct hand in myself and my actions, but is at the same time incredibly vague. And I am not complaining by any means. She has been, let's say, generous with her powers, and I just do a little cast of make flame in hand, just as I mean, mate, you boys probably seen magic aplenty, but I want to do just a little for flair.
Interesting. And he like flips down various, like as you're doing this, he just keeps cycling through the various like lenses on his glasses.
And hey, caffeine.
Were you able to do this before? Did she give you this power?
Just shrug.
Huh. Interesting.
If I knew more about from before, then I would, and I'd be able to tell you more.
She always had plans. She always had a plan for every situation. Well, almost every situation. But she was also very much a quiet person, kept to herself. The fact that she told me her plan to kill a demon lord was a sign that she very much trusted me. It's also interesting that she hasn't told you her name. That being said, I feel it would be a bit of a breach of trust for me to tell you if she hasn't told you herself. So I'm sorry I can't help you there. I'm sure she has a reason, and she'll probably reveal it in some grand display at some point. But
It would be very in keeping with her style, which I must say I'm rather a fan. For you'd think a deity of fire and flame would be, I don't know, wrathful or hateful, but I never get that impression from her.
she was, I suppose still is, a very kind woman. You know what they say about kind people? If you anger them, if you actually get them to the point where they're angry, watch out.
Well, on the subject of angry gods, we have to look into a thing. So, Arnath, I'd like to propose to you an offer of sorts. Any and all information that I find out about my god and what she has forward, I'd be more than happy to tell you. I feel she'd at least want to keep you informed.
I would appreciate that. It's been a long time since I've even heard news of her. I didn't know if she was still alive or not. I guess now she's immortal.
I I should tell you, I don't have the full picture. We were in Femerith. Femerith? Is it Femerith?
Fenrir, yeah.
Before this, and one of the priests there took an interest in our claims and our elements of the Queen of Ember's star in the sky. And not long after our conversation, a large army of paladins moved in. I'm not really a believer in coincidence, as it so infrequently happens, but I'm not saying keep this to yourself, there's no threat here, but I don't think that my god is the only god at play right now.
Interesting.
The others
I've
falling
heard-
silent feels strange and unnatural.
I heard rumors that there was some trouble over in Ferende, but which is a shame because I'm very much I have many friends there.
Yes, I'll be perfectly frank with you. We booked it out of there as fast as Xiaosu, the turtle you saw us with. He was not a fan of his order operating in a coup-like manner, so he decided that he wanted to, shall we say, seek opportunities in the independent sector at a full sprint.
Smart man. Have you spoken to the Queen? Like, what? If you wouldn't mind, tell me everything she said to you. And if you'd like, we can just like hand wave.
If you wouldn't mind some hand waving,
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
it
so
was like fuck. What?
hand wave the like
We get
you waking up, that whole interaction.
the 9 seated, and shit. What was the last time we spoke to her was it just before or just after the duel?
She had appeared briefly and like touched your book, and which is when she gave you the new spells.
Yes. And when
and
she
then-
told the storm of the Queen of Storms to f off.
Yeah. So yeah, you recount all that. You recount the incident with Elroar and the Archangel of the Queen of Embers.
Yeah.
At which point he cocks his head and like looks very interested, but like lets you finish telling your story.
Yeah. Although I would add that I don't know what Elroar's deal is. He's, I want to say, a bit of a zealot, and
So Elroar was the high priest.
Elroar was a high priest.
Chaos.
Oh yeah, sorry. With the Archangel, he's not all there. He's very zealous, to say the least.
I wonder if he was an apprentice that she maybe elevated. I don't know. She tended to prefer traveling alone, but she was known to. She knew her limits and she knew when to ask for help.
Well, aside from myself, he's the only other of her court that I've encountered.
Interesting.
I'm not going to tell him about hanging out with Death. He doesn't need that on top of everything else. Just
Okay.
give him a nice little picture. Let's leave out the Death.
He sits back in his chair, and which again is kind of comical because it's like this big, like comfy leather chair that he is very tiny in. He almost looks uncomfortable in. Like he's got all this finery around him, but he looks like he's not used to it. Like every time he sips his whiskey, he's like, "Oh, that's really good." Like, kind of forgetting that he's got this air of like he forgets that he's rich.
Sorry, I was reading Clank's. Hey, Death, how's it going? I mean, we're on those terms. I don't think other people need to know that we're on those terms.
Well then, so you've told him about? Do you tell him about the quest to go and kill the storm goddess?
Well, okay, and that leads us neatly into. So the storm goddess wants her ex. Now, I have no intention of being hitman for hitman for other deities, especially ones that seem to have the same temperament as a series of wasps in a boot. However, I feel that whoever this individual is, that they may have at least a few answers for us. So that was where we were headed when you came to stop us. We're gonna pop on over there and introduce ourselves, see what happens.
Interesting. Strange times we live in.
It's all I've ever
That's
known.
That's saying something considering we're in a half-sunken city.
Yeah, do you ever get used to that?
It's actually a bit. I actually quite enjoy the, up by my observatory, there's a little balcony, and I actually quite like just sitting up there and enjoying the sounds of the waves crashing against the shield.
Huh.
I've actually been asked to help maintain the shield a couple times, refortify the enchantments and the like. But, and also I actually have had the pleasure of meeting Elroy once or twice. Lovely man. But do hope he's okay.
Yes. So,
We, between you and me, one of the times that I got to have a chat with him, he and I got a little bit deep in our cups and ended up talking into the wee hours about divine versus arcane magic, and it was anyway.
well, that sounds like a lovely evening, and once whatever this all is calms down, I hope to have a similar evening with your good self. However, draining the glass that he offered, I have to go talk to the ex-wife of the goddess of gestures to the water.
As yes, he pulls out a pipe and kind of gestures to it. He goes, "You mind?"
Not at all. Oh, and I light my fingers and offer him the flame to light it from.
Yeah, he packs. He goes, "Oh, thank you." He, takes a couple puffs. Must be convenient.
It has its charms.
So yeah, he sits back in his chair and takes a couple contemplative puffs. Yeah, he just kind of 1,000-yard stares for a moment.
Yeah, I'll do the kind of curt little polite bow and then just quietly make my way out.
Yes. Right before you leave, he goes, "If I could ask one favor."
Yes.
If you do get to talk to the Queen of Embers again, tell her I miss her, but I'm glad things worked out.
It would be my pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, spinning on heel, and out we head. I'm just going to make a direct beeline for the docks.
All right, you get back, and Hex and Sarsu are actually up in the boat. Hex is sitting on the edge, dangling their feet over. They're eating what appears to be this world's version of shawarma. Hex is very happy, and occasionally the axe mimic is sitting on the railing beside it, and occasionally Hex will break off a little piece and drop it, and the little teeth just appear and grab it. Sarsu is just every time Hex does it, just goes.
Oh, I guess for Utopia and people that didn't get to see the last episode, our little kobold friend has a mimic pretending to be an axe as a weapon, which we were given on the instructions that we keep it fed and that we record any interesting developments.
Also, sorry, really quick, I want to, because that was actually the mimic. The mimic weapon was actually a thing that I found on Reddit, so I wanted to actually.
Okie dokie.
Give the person who did it, a shout out.
The thing that's been haunting me while you're finding that is I fell down a rabbit hole of modern mimics. And
God.
the one that haunted me was the Amazon package mimic.
Oh god, that is exactly what that would be. You're right.
Yep.
Fuck. So yeah, I'll just drop the link in chat. This was the post that inspired that weapon, so
Lovely.
you'll give that person a vote. It's even got like dope art, so I don't know if that was their art or not, but it's well made. I'm deviating slightly from that, so that's not the actual rules that they're using for Toothy, but
Little Toothy. So, good news! We get to keep the ship, and he is not as angry as he once thought. I turn to Xiaosu and be like, I can tell you, but it's going to involve more theological nonsense, I'm afraid. Sorry, I can tell you what happened, but it's going to involve more theological nonsense.
Sharsu takes a sigh, like just a deep breath and sighs, and then goes, "You're gonna make me start drinking, aren't you?"
I mean, I'm not saying it's my intent, but it's most likely going to be the outcome.
Why don't you tell me on our way then?
Okay. Get comfy. Okay. Hex, get ready to cast off. Make sure Toothy's secure and fed. All right, let's go talk to a different ex of a different god.
Hex jumps down off the railing and then goes, "Let me try something. Toothy, come!" I'm actually gonna roll to see if this works. Let me see what Hex is gonna line up is.
Let me bring that.
There it is.
Yes!
What
Fucking
is up
hell!
with Hex and like just critting everything? So yeah, Hex does this, and the mimic just kind of like shoots out a pseudopod from underneath it and like flips over and then just like lands on Hex's belt. And Hex is like,
just the most beaming, like, happy parent clap, like, yes. Yeah, Hex, you adorable little bastard.
I train mimic.
I go, yeah, Hex is hero. Toothy and Hex. Toothy and Hex.
The Saturday morning cartoon we didn't know we needed.
Toothy and Hex. Oh.
All right. Hex goes back into the cabin and like pulls out the like. There's a couple of like maps, including like star maps and like a sextant, and starts like. Hex actually knows how to navigate because they were like on a ship for a while. So Hex like plots your course and is like, all right, so we need to go. I mean, out of dome obviously, and then very carefully holds the compass and goes that way. Wait, are we going to steamers first, or are we going straight to coordinates?
Oh, why we were going to go to steamers? I'm so sorry.
Steamers is kind of on the way. It's a slight detour. But the Red Isles, aka the steamers, is more or less on the way. You'd have to like, jog around a bit. But that is also where Hex is from. So if you wanted to like restock or whatever, you could do that, or you can just go straight to the coordinates.
Well, so friends, what do you lot think? I personally would just make a straight beeline, but if you think we should go to the Red Isles to Steamer Town, which I don't know if it's... Hang on, let me zoom in a little bit more on the main map. I don't know if it's evident, but the Red Isles is a gigantic dragon skull sunken. So the protruding mountains and element... Oh, and zooming out. Thank you, Baron. Yeah, check this out. It's a sunken skull. So...
rumor has it is actually the skull of the child of the two dragons that caused the cataclysm.
Which means the other dragons are bigger. I unfortunately am 3 coffees deep though, so I need to nip the loo very quickly.
Go for it.
But friends, you decide if you want us to head to Steamtown first before we go talk to the Storm Goddess's ex. We can do that. Or if you want to head straight into the Eyes of Mischief. The choice is ours. The choice is ours. I'll be back in just a second, though.
Right. Also, another question for you guys, chat. I was considering doing a, like, I guess AMA is not entirely the right term, but at some point I was considering doing like a lore rundown for like all the background lore for the world. Does that be something people wanna know? I mean, obviously I wouldn't like spoil plot things, but give a basic rundown of all the stuff. Because me and the League of Shadow DMs have made a dope world, and I'm real proud of it. Like, we have an entire Google Drive folder that has like, I don't know, a bunch of stuff in it. And there's some stuff that I haven't even actually added to the canon. Like, the folder is like the canon lore, and then there's the lore that the DMs make, and I kind of, if I like things I think that they'll work in the world, I kind of pick and choose. I also realized today, or not today, yesterday, I have a file in that folder that's just titled Lore Shenanigans. Because although I would love to just throw all of the lore at you guys like in session, there's a lot of it, and that would very quickly turn into just Baron talks for 4 hours, the stream. And I'd rather like interact with you guys and Lilin. There's a lot. Also, I'm not saying you should, but maybe like today, right now would be a good time to start a train while he's away. That seems like your guys' kind of thing. I mean, how early did it start? Plasma bits. Lore talk show would be amazing. Alright, we can make that happen at some point. There we go. Yeah, I've tried. I love this person's music. This D20 music place is amazing because there's often multiple versions of the same song. So this one is the Cogs looping, and then the next one is the Cogs metal looping. Oh, all right. No, Tarl, we actually, he clocked it up before stream went live. He wasn't sure why. There we go. And no, it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, he recognized that it was, but he couldn't fix it without sending the old him. Well then.
What the fuck? Holy shit!
Sneaky hype train.
Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. So
We might have started a thing.
you might have started a thing. Fucking level 2. Jinx, you fucking. So, Baron, you absolute terror, but thank you for 500. Then Graphite with 100, Tar with 100, J-Post, Spooky Ghost, Avenger with 200, and Halo Jigs blowing the feckin' doors off with 10 subs. Like, it's no big deal. Which went to Zemansky, Enthusiasm Holstead, Moymaid, Jaman Barbarian, Tomfoolery, Hibiscuit, Reflective Gamer, Games Dean. Games Dean, I see that. The Bearded Lynx, and Dinoblivion. Oh my
Those
word.
are some great names.
It was like, I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry to the third stop. Fucking thank you! Ikoa was asking, law stream when? I guess once the campaign...
No, I was discussing the option with the chat to, I was going to do a, like, non-spoilery lore stream, because I think it actually would be really interesting to have chat know world details that you don't, so then they're like, oh no, it's because, like, this thing.
Okay.
So then the voices in your head have, like, background knowledge. So it kind of makes sense that, like, when you know, like, yes, this is the god of whatever, that's why you know.
Okay, I'm not against that. Halo Jinx, fucking thank you. Wraith with, it's a steam train! Magitech, thank you. Fucking yo. Oh, and I've just been quietly informed by Sadlin that the Seattle garages are winning. Pitching Machine will be next up, who is a vampiric sentient pitching machine.
I need to log in and actually, like, I haven't, since they started back up, I haven't checked in on it. But I was, a Seattle Garage's fan, and Pitching Machine, I believe, is my MVP.
Definitely my idol.
Yeah, idol.
Fucking thank you all.
Kisa, you wrote the lore.
Sorry, I just saw Kisa craves the law. Kisa makes the law. You are tiny Judge Dredd of this world. Kisa's like, I am the law. Sorry, I make myself laugh. Oh, did we make a decision on going to Steamer Town?
No, because I incited a train.
Ah.
And started talking about potential lore stream.
There seemed to be more for or against. Oh, and Dinoblivion took the Jarldom. Yeah, for some reason the Jarl image today just broke until the next person popped up.
Yeah. Also, I feel like we should name the Judgmental Deer.
The Judgmental Deer does need a name. Although if we're going to Hex's hometown, if anyone is mean to him, I will kill them. I just want you to know, friends. But we're in agreement on that, right? If someone is mean to Hex, we burn them.
The Judgmental Deer is nameless.
Friends, thank you all. The second train. Also, it makes me smile greatly. We started with a 1, and then it was a 2 train.
So what you're saying is we need to get all the way up to...
I'm not
3,
saying that. It just
and then a 4,
the...
and then a 5, and then break. It stops at 5, right?
I couldn't possibly comment. Friends, no, thank you all. That was a whole bunch of stuff, and you are keeping our dumb selves going in this household, so sincerely thank you. Alright?
Since we're still at a bit of a breaking point, I'm going to step away for 1 second, just refill my drink.
Okie dokie.
It's literally just going to grab the bottle.
And, sorry, we're heading to Steamer Town. That is where Hex is from. I'm just saying that if anyone who used to know Hex from before we met them is mean to them or tries to threaten them or anything, I'm just going to torch them. Like, there won't even be bones. See, River agrees.
Bork indeed.
Bork indeed.
Actually, I'm gonna be smart and use this opportunity to go to the bathroom as well. That's
Okay, no worry.
Point. Just where you're going.
I mean, Wraith, you're right. We could just let Hex set Toothy on them. That could be very entertaining. I mean, the idea of the axe that then has the maw that opens up after. But I don't know, like, you know, Hex seemed very, very, I don't know, very quiet, very reserved before we got to know him, as if people have been mean to him in the past. And if I meet those people, it's flamey, flamey burn time. It's char-grilled, barbecued bastard. It is the KFC mega bucket of pieces who were mean to Hex. That's what I'm saying. And so we haven't spoken to Hex about it, but I think the call is ours at this point. You know what I mean? Yes, Graphite. Let them face the full wrath of the Queen of Embers. Oh, lordy, lordy. Okay. So
Alright,
everyone seems to be on board for going to Steamer Town. I have informed them of my intent.
All right, so Hex.
It's very rare where I take like full driving reins, but this will be one of them. If they are mean to Hex, I will burn them. Okay. To Steamer Town it is.
All right, so you tell Hex you're going to the steamers. They plot your course and point you in a direction. You untie and push off, and go up through the opening at the top of the dome and start making your way there.
I'm
I'm assuming you're going at like a decent clip, but not like,
Oh yeah,
you know, need goggles down.
yeah, and we'll be informing Xiaozu of the additional information while we're on the way. Poor bastard.
I think you finished telling Sharsu all of this, and then Sharsu just kind of stands up and goes to the bow of the ship and just sits down and like stares out. Just like
We're gonna leave him to process. We'll leave him to handle that. Sorry, friends. Xiaosu's a very devout follower of the law god, was it?
the goddess of knowledge.
The goddess of knowledge, but from the kind of traditional revered sense. And in the space of a couple of days, he's gone from the idea of the gods as being these divine entities outside of our understanding to, yeah, I just met this bloke, talks to the gods a lot, and kind of hangs out with them a bit, you know?
Also, he's currently the only one that can talk to the gods, apparently. Might be an alcoholic. I don't know.
Yeah, we basically just took his faith and kind of carbonated it, so he's going through some shit right now.
Yeah. So he serves Orifel, the Magus of Shields,
Yes.
who is the goddess of knowledge and mother of Dyla, who is the goddess of life, and Jaffa, who you have met, who is the god of death.
I don't know if we told him about Jaffa.
You did.
Oh, yeah. I had a feeling we might. I'm not saying I'm enjoying giving this guy like a theological crisis every morning, but it is entertaining.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys start heading out. It's by the time you guys leave, we'll say it's about noon. So you go for a while. It is going to take you like a couple days of travel. It'll take you less time if you like fly through the night, but currently you're the only one that knows how to fly the ship.
What do you think, friendos? We can put the foot down, fly through the night, get there quicker. Dorcas, no. All right. Well, okay. Keys is thinking that we should take it slow and steady. Oh, and Dorges... Okay. Okay. Dorges agrees, allowing us some sleep so we don't burn ourselves out. And Clank's just making modem screeching sounds, which I'm not quite sure how that pertains to the decision, but I'm glad you're a part of the story. Ikoa says we're in no rush. Okay. So we are not going to fly through the night, so it's going to take us a couple days.
Okay. So yeah, you get to, like, metaphorically there. Yeah, so you, like, sun goes down, you kind of pull up from the water so that you don't actually get hit by, like, some, you know, rogue wave or something, and you park it for the night. That being said, so there is a cabin that has, like, a cot in the back, which is big enough for you and, like, maybe Hex. Sharsu, like, straight up will not fit through the door.
Feel a bit guilty about that, but I think we've still got some blankets. Well, we got some tarp coverings from earlier, so he can make himself a little turtle nest or whatever that is they do.
Yeah. So you crash in the little hammock.
Okay.
Hex curls up, like, in the corner. Sharsu does have, like, his own, like, gear, so he pulls out a blanket and, like, curls up in a corner outside the cabin. And then he, you know, you fall asleep the night. You, like most nights, you have kind of fitful sleep. You, at some point in the middle of the night, have this dream, and you're back in, or you're seeing back in the chamber where you first awoke. And you see a woman walking into the chamber, and then someone else coming out of nowhere with this sword that, like, anime big, should be too large to wield, coming and trying to, like, bring it down on her head, and the woman just bringing her hand up and just a gout of fire that just holds the blade in place. And then you wake up and you're just, like, cold sweat.
Lovely. How's the rest of the crew doing as I attempt to shake both the dream and sleep from my eyes?
You look over, Hex is still curled in the corner. From the loud snoring, it sounds like Sharsu is still asleep outside.
Wraith was asking, doesn't Xiaoshu just retreat into his shell?
I don't think turtles quite work like that, but he can, like, a little bit, but it's not, like, full-blown, like, cartoon, like, I am now just shell. So yeah, you guys eat some rations out of your packs and then get going again.
Okay.
We're just gonna hand away the it again. It takes a total of, like, 3 days. Like, you get there on the 3rd day.
Okay.
As you start approaching, you start coming up to, you can see it on the horizon, and yeah, it's this very rocky terrain. Lots of just pillars of steam coming off of it. Pull up the actual. So yeah, you start approaching the Red Isles.
Dorcas, Comp, you're both terrors.
Yeah, lots of rocky, cliffy terrain. The earth itself is very, very red and, like, iron heavy.
Okay.
You, even just from a distance, as you start getting close to it, you can see there's, like, huge copper veins, lots of iron that's just, you know, exposed and rusting. There's a couple of smaller islands, but there's, like, the big main island. Much like the other places you approach, and actually the like the nose, the little horn bit there. Like,
yeah.
There's a little, like, watchtower there, and you, like, fly up, and there's somebody sitting up top, and they, like, gesture, like, they hold up, like, a sign that says, like, dock 4 or whatever.
Okay.
And then you go, you find your dock, and you tie off. This island in particular, lots of kobolds, lots of, that's the wrong document. lots of kobolds, lots of Arnkar. Very like you've never seen this much range in kobolds. Like there's metallic kobolds, there's serpent-like kobolds, there's kobolds that have almost like an aqua tinge to their scales that look, and they have like very mildly like webbed fingers and toes.
Okay.
Also lots of kenku. So, but everyone's like very like going about their business, doing their job. It seems, and from what you've heard from other people, everyone has a job here, and like you do your job to the best that you possibly can. So everything's very efficient. Everyone's very motivated.
Okay.
Which is why Hex kind of ended up becoming Hex, because they weren't good at anything. And so they kept flip-flopping between jobs because they couldn't find a job that Hex was good at.
Ah, okay.
And they kept kind of accidentally screwing things up, which is ironic now that Hex keeps critting like crazy. So like they were a miner for a while, and then they were they've done various things, and eventually they became part of a ship crew, and they messed that up, and then they kind of got kicked off the ship. So
I mean, it turns out that Hex's true calling was being a badass. We just didn't know. Actually, and speaking of Hex, because obviously like, we're here to stock up on supplies before they hit the next bit and continue on. But I want to, I forget who was who suggested it, but I think we should ask, to, I guess, ask Hex directly, like little buddy, is there anybody you want to see or check in on while we're here?
So you probably say this as you're like going to your dock. Hex kind of retreats into themselves a little bit and is like, no, Hex did not have many friends here, and kobolds don't have parents really. We were raised by the community. They when you lay egg, they put egg in pile with other eggs. No one knows whose parent is who.
Okay. Well,
so
you've got friends now, little buddy, and you're a badass in your own right, so hold that little head high. If anyone gives you crap, well, we'll handle them.
Hex like, oh, and like puts goggles down and is like, yes.
Right. Let's stock up before we continue on.
Right. It's a little colder up here, so like it's noticeably chilly. You're significantly farther north than you were.
Okay.
So it's a little chilly, but it's weird because like the air is cold, but there are natural like hot springs and stuff, and so it's this weird like it's very humid, and it's certain parts as you're going around are very warm and humid, but otherwise the air is very chilly.
Okay.
So it's this weird juxtaposition. There's lots of like sulfur smells and just the smell and sounds, and even like the air kind of tastes irony just because there's so much mining and refining of all of the minerals that they export out of here. Yeah, walking through, like, markets are bustling. There's basically anything, any common thing you need to stock up on, you're more than welcome to.
I think we're good for kit. Like we got ourselves and Hex all stocked up before we left. Before we left the last place. So we're good for the moment, yo.
So you just want to pick up like some rations and water and stuff.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna go like rations and water. Oh, I mean, friends, do we want to check in on the guild hall while we're here? I mean, it's not a bad shout. Is there even a guild hall on this island? We should feckin' ask, shouldn't we? Yeah, George just like, is there a golden wake here?
Roll an investigation check for me.
I can't wait for this to be a trash roll. 1d20. It's 3! Fuck!
Everyone is so busy you can't even get somebody to stop and like talk to you.
Guess we're not going to the guild hall. You don't see shit, right, Kizza? Heck. Excuse me. Would you mind? Excuse me. Could. Fine. Guess we're not going to the guild hall then. We'll stop in on the way back if we need to. All right. Yes, we should have let Hex lead us. Yeah, the Kenku just. Kobold's like. Very busy kobold noises. Fuck. Sorry, faffed that one up, didn't I? Okay, yeah. We will... We'll stock up on enough supplies for the return journey, just in case. So, how much does that set us back?
So, food and drink per person per day is 3 silver. For modest, or 5 silver if you're doing, like, nice, comfortable.
Oh, yeah, that's... We'll say that because that makes it, for 3 days, that makes it, like, 1.5 gold, right?
Yeah.
Which is... makes
for you by yourself. If you want to cover hexes as well, that would be 3 gold total.
Oh, 3 gold total. Lovely. So, yeah, I'll cover it.
Cool. Sharsu buys his own stuff.
Yeah. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Hey, Hex, are there any good food places around here? I'm thinking more street meat.
Hex is like, the best street meat.
Yeah.
And they're like,
show us the good place.
Burst through the crowd. You are led by this very excited, very hurried kobold through the streets, through these winding streets. Again, like sharp cliffs, overhangs, tunnels, tons of stuff. And you eventually find this cart that sells, it's like they take a bunch of meat that they grill on like one of the natural occurring like steam vents. And then they stuff it inside like dough and then bake it and then like cut it open and drizzle sauce and stuff on it. Wow. And it's like this perfect little like, it's like a little walking hot pocket thing.
All right.
Yeah, it's marked down like 2 copper for that.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's phenomenal. Like it's juicy and like medium rare, but has this nice hard bread on it around the outside.
Woof.
But it smells amazing.
All right. Good shout, Hex. This is glorious. All right.
Hex is just like the entire time.
All right. Let's trundle back to the ship. We've got a different kind of trouble to get ourselves into. Can't believe we couldn't find the guild hall.
So yeah, you stock up. As you're going through the town, Hex like points out things like, oh, I used to work there, and I used to work there, and I used to work there. I cannot go back in that place for reasons.
Bless this Hex. Oh, and those of you saying we need a Hex and Toothy merch, like if you all want to draw it, I'll make it happen.
Yeah, the place is bustling and like crowded and both hot and cold at the same time. But if there's nothing else you want to accomplish here, we can push off.
Wraith was like, let's go to all the places Hex is banned on. If anyone had been mean to Hex, we would have probably burnt down a small proportion of this area, but so far no one's tried to start anything with him, so yeah, let's not go looking for people to be mean to Hex. Like, he's a hunter now. Well, a hunter's apprentice. I forget, did we get him his own status?
Not yet.
Okay. He's a hunter's apprentice. Like, he's a badass. So, they're beneath him now. Alright, but yes, munching on all the goodies, we head back to the ship.
Alright. So you stock up the ship, and you push off, and Hex replots your course for, at least based on the star maps, where you think you need to be going.
Okay. Also, could we just point out, friends, we went to a new town, we had good street meats, nobody died or was set on fire. Like, just let's take a little time to appreciate that we went in and out of Steamer Town without having to murder or anyone trying to murder us. And off we go. That might be the last time we ever get to say that, friends. Back off, Dorches. Dorches is like, yeah, because you didn't talk to anyone. I hate that you're right.
Are they wrong?
They're not wrong! I want them to be wrong, but they're not wrong. Oh, fucking hell.
So.
Oh, okay.
Push off.
Yeah, so we didn't finish filing for Hex's official status because of the coup. All right. When we get back to the new area we're in, that I keep forgetting the name of because I'm a terrible player, of Tejamea. Yeah, we'll go for that one. Sorry.
Let's flip Hex's navigation skill here. I forget. I play way too many systems. Okay, there's no navigation. Let's do. I guess survival technically.
Oh, and Jack Mayer, what-o? Yeah, Wraith, you're right. Well, next time we speak to Glassjaw, it won't be a problem. Or we can at least have him registered officially as our apprentice. Just in case something happens.
So, Hex rolled a 16. So you push off and start heading in at least the rough direction that you think it is. Again, it's star coordinates based on, like, sextants and stuff, so it's not going to be, like, GPS pinpoint, but it'll get you close enough.
Yeah, scrying is for noobs. You gotta navigate by the stars to be a real sailor.
Which actually means I need to download a thing that I forgot to download.
Yeah, Moose, that's so strange that fleeing a coup somehow superseded getting our kobold friend their official status. Feels like a lapse in priorities. You're right. You're right. But, you know, that's where tabletop gets interesting. Sorry, Baron. Please continue.
I'm actually just adding a thing to Roll20 that I forgot to do last night. Because Baron got whoops drunk.
Happens to the best of us. Oh, and Jake Mayer, have you been in for Memnol before? Yeah. Sorry, just Wraith adding, excuse me, I'm afraid you're going to have to put that coup on hold while my apprentice gets their paperwork processed. No, oi! I saw you trying to continue that coup. Don't move. We have some very, very important paperwork to be filing. Because apparently, recall Emberlin is from London.
So.
Ooh.
Yeah. Fancy music, right? I really need to go through and just like sit down and listen to all of these tracks so that I can make notes about like what kind of mood they all are. But anyway. Also, thank you to the Sandwich Hungers for making maps for me at the last minute.
Is it going down for real?
So you get to roughly the right place. It takes you another day travel north. So marked in another day's rations.
Okay.
And about mid-afternoon of the next day, you get to roughly where Hex thinks the star coordinates are. And you start kind of scanning the horizon and just looking for various things. Can I get you to roll me a perception check?
Just a
I
D.
think you know, so D20.
Roll 1 D20. Hoppacha! 5.
Hey, pretty sure you don't see anything.
We ain't found shit!
I'll roll for Hex as well.
Friends,
You're all looking.
have you realised that... Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. Hex rolled a 4. That we might be Hex's sidekick in this adventure. Like, if you think about it, Hex has the call to adventure and the hero's journey. We're the mentor figure in this. Hex is the protagonist of this story. Okay. And I just tend to... So, Hex, you don't see anything either? No, nothing. Xiaosu,
ironically,
do you see anything? We don't see Heck.
Ironically, Xiaosu, as you're looking, Xiaosu goes, "Is that something?" And you were looking like for an island on the horizon.
Yeah.
Xiaosu looked up. And between like a gap in the clouds, you notice there is a floating island up there.
Huh. I forgot they do that. Well, shall we go have a look?
Yeah. So you start getting closer at a reasonable pace, and as you get closer and closer, and you like breach the cloud barrier, you see there's this relatively small floating island. It's maybe 100 feet across, but it's kind of cone shaped because it looks like it just got pulled up out of the ground, and then growing out of it, there's this massive tree. Its bark is this deep gray color that's kind of mottled with like it almost looks like rust spots, and all of the leaves are either gray or like rust colored. Okay. And you can see the roots coming out of the bottom of the island. Like, this tree is, imagine redwoods but more iron. Could I actually have you do a nature check for me? So D20.
Okay. 12?
What's your nature? All right. Yeah, you've at least kind of know something of these. They're not terribly common, but this is an ironwood tree. Like, they're trees that pull iron from the ground and like use them as their bark and their leaves to help protect themselves against the elements.
Okay.
And this one is particularly old.
So we're going to do a little putt-putt lap of the island just to give it a quick once-over. You said it wasn't massive, right?
No, yeah, it's maybe 100 feet across.
Okay, so we're going to give it just a lap once. Is there anything we see, aside from the massive tree on the floating island, is there anything else weird that we see?
Roll me another perception check.
Harper. 15!
Yeah, there appears to be somebody walking around on the island. Which looks something like this. Ha!
Hang on, I need to zoom back. I was at like... I was at 200%.
Its default is way too close.
Yeah, Wraith, of course Emblem's the one making the putt-putt noises when they drive around. That's what I'm saying it. Just Graphite adding that if Hex really is the protagonist, then it's our job to die at a pivotal moment. We are going to be very open and polite with this one. So, as we are looking for a place to land, I yell up from above, "Hello down there!"
As you do, they were doing something on the ground, and they turn and look genuinely surprised, and then like wave at you.
Wave
From
back.
what you can see with your 15, what's your perception? Check. Pull up your real character sheet. Yeah, no, from what you can tell, it's they appear to be femme presenting. Their clothes seem to be made out of like vines and moss and like discarded leaves from this tree. And they were fiddling with something on the ground. It looks like it might be some kind of like snare or trap.
Okay. We're going to moor in if that's okay. Not actually waiting for their okay, but just announcing and then gonna try and bring the ship alongside.
You say this, and they actually point down to like the southeast corner, which is this little thing here. It's this one little kind of scraggle of rock that's hanging out.
Okay. Yeah.
And you see there's a very convenient like chunk of rock that you could tie off to.
Okay. We'll bring it on around and we'll tie off there.
Okay. And when you said this, they were like here. So.
Where were they again?
Up here.
Okay.
Let me. I'm grabbing a. Grabbing a token just for ease.
So just what I'm thinking, friends, is we should introduce ourselves like honestly, and I don't think we are going to do them a murder, but if they want to get off this island, at some point the God of Storms is going to be pissed at us because we're not going to job this person. So
I really need to expand my my token library.
well, thanks to our wonderful sponsors at Roll20, every month as a Roll20 premium member, you get extra tokens. Isn't that right, Baron?
That's true. And actually, I think one of the ones I'm going to use might be one of those.
I was just doing that off the cuff.
All right, we're just going to use this because screw it.
Friends, Roll20 don't actually tell us to like throw out random plugs or anything. Hopefully you can see by the fact that we use this that it is worth your time. Okay. So we're going to be tying off down here.
Yep.
Okay.
So I knew I was forgetting to do something last night. I was like, I'm forgetting to do something. Ah, yes, set up the map that you might be interacting with. Derp. Anyway. Let me...
It's not as bad as failing to work out how to turn on the bloody video.
And... Oh, actually, did I really not do a... Huh, I never gave... Shrasu a token.
I kind of imagine like a grayscale Raphael, but with more armor.
Basically. Oh, no, I did. It just didn't save to his character sheet. The exciting dropping tokens onto a map.
As must be done.
Oh, I didn't realize this pack had 4 words in it.
Oh, so Kisa, I know what you mean. We're not here to burn this little place down and start trouble, because it could be that this lass is here hiding. It could be that she's been left on this island for reasons unknown.
So, yeah, and then your ship is like...
Yeah. But, yeah, we're not here to do a murder.
So yeah, she, as you like, because she gestured for you to go over there, and then starts making her way over to you. And you dock and hop off your boat. And as she approaches, she's appears to be elven, like a high elf. A little bit, I mean, elves age very slowly, but a little bit up in her years. But again, she is dressed in like things she made based on what she has on this island.
Okay.
Like, her clothing is all made out of these like iron leaves and like vines and the sort. To the point where as she's walking towards you, like her clothes kind of like do that kind of nice little metallic clinking, tinkling sound.
Oh. So obviously, friends, first, smiles blazing. So with a big ostentatious bow, Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers. Lovely to meet you.
Just, yes, hello. I am... Trying to find her name. I am Sareem. Are you lost?
Actually, no. We came to talk to your good self. Oh, sorry. Where are my manners? My traveling companion. God darn it! I keep wanting to say Shamu. Fuck.
Sharsu.
My traveling companion Sharsu and my apprentice Hex. We are not lost. We came to talk to your good self.
You say this, and she looks genuinely like taken aback. And it's like, oh, I'm sorry, what?
Now, we
sorry. It should also be noted. You can tell the like dress she's fashioned for herself is like a one strap dress, and on her left shoulder there's this like fractal looking scar. It looks like it might have been like a burn or something.
Now, I want to say before we discuss anything else, we mean you no harm. You will receive no egregious assault by any of us.
You say that as she takes a step back, like,
yeah, that's fair. We've kind of become embroiled in drama of the gods, and we wanted to talk to you about it.
she goes, that is something that I am unfortunately very, very familiar with.
Yes. Okay, I'm trying to choose our words carefully here. Like, how do we tell this lass, hey, your ex sent us to kill you? We're not gonna, but we wanted to chat to you. Yeah. Your ex is pissed! Opening by clarifying that we're not an agent of said X is a good start. I mean, I don't want to be too kind of, we're not a bad guy, not a villain, but you're right. So, I actually, Moose, I think that's a good point. And the other thing that we need to add is we do not work for the Queen of Storms. Just going to tell you that now. I actually work, I'm a follower of the newest god that's popped up very, very recently, which is why I wanted to talk to yourself, is you've interacted with the deities in a manner not too dissimilar from myself.
Sorry, I need checking a thing.
Is it the how fucked are they ometer?
No, it's your passive perception. You actually notice right up against the base of the tree, there's what looks to be like a humanoid thing that is just covered in bark. Like, it looks like a tree, but it's in roughly human shape, but no like facial features other than eyes.
Huh.
That's like resting up against the trees, or up against the tree.
You know what? I'm gonna pretend to ignore it for a second.
Okay. She goes, so you are not devoted to, I completely blank on her name. You're not a follower of Alphos then?
No, Lord, no. She's spoken to us and tried to get us to be her would-be minions, but no, we are not a follower of hers.
She takes a small step towards you. And what was it that she was trying to get you to do?
How to phrase this politely? She still has a very, very large grudge.
She cocks her head at you and looks very confused.
She wanted us to do a murder. That's why I started the conversation with we're not doing a murder. I understand, now, having spoken to you, that probably makes us seem very, very shifty.
You say that, and the wood-looking person, like, starts moving and stands up, and yeah, it looks like a tree-based like entity stands up and takes a couple steps towards you, and she like holds her hand out and is like, no, it's okay. I'm terribly sorry. He's very protective of this place, and any discussion of violence anywhere on the island, he gets very, very protective. I don't actually know his name. I called him Kevin.
We completely understand. Kevin, lovely to meet you.
It kind of stands there. It's got this huge like club in its hand. There's just like a fallen branch.
Yeah, everybody say hi, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. She wanted you to kill me.
Yes.
Sorry, that sounds a little counterintuitive to me. Considering she's the one that made me immortal.
And this was why I wanted to have a conversation with you. I can only assume then that she's trying to either test our gullibility or our guile. Or she was trying to send us here so that dear Kevin would take that club and pulverize me into a slightly red paste.
Yes, no, I'm terribly sorry. Kevin, since you're up, would you be a dear and start a fire? Go, Kevin. Are you hungry? I've just recently caught a bird.
I look over it. I look at Hex. Are you hungry?
Hex looks at it and goes, Hex is always hungry.
We would love to share some food with you.
So Kevin trundles off and starts like...
Sorry, Moose is like, hey, don't we have create bonfire? We're on a tiny floating island with one tree. We're not going to make friends by starting fires. We already said we weren't going to burn this shit down.
So...
Yeah, Ray's like asking a wood person to start a fire.
Look, yeah, Kevin like picks up a couple of like downed branches and at some point just like snaps some off of himself. And, like, starts making a little fire over here.
Actually, let's have a look at what we've got that we can offer. We've still got some alcohol, so we can at least offer to share a drink or something. Although maybe not a lot, because immortality is not immune from hangover. Let me tell you.
No, it is not.
Wraith's like, I'll say this about Kev. He's hospitable. Also, thank you for making me laugh, Wraith, when you were like, "Are you there, Kev?" Because I read it in your voice, Wraith. I read it in your voice.
Sorry, trying to find a campfire image. And Roll20 is being very slow today. I mean, it is Saturday, so.
Yeah.
There you go. Little fire. Oops. Oh, hey.
Sorry, I just saw Key says, Kevin! And now we think about Home Alone.
So yeah, Kevin goes over and starts a small fire. And you all make your way up there.
Indubitably.
So yeah, you all sit down and she starts like, she was like halfway through like defeathering the bird. It's like a seagull or something.
Bit of seagull vengeance.
And she like starts preparing it to like cook it over the fire, and she's like, all right, so terribly sorry, but I am very confused. My ex-wife wanted you to kill me after she granted me immortality.
Also, thank you, Christix.
And after she gave me the option to end my own life whenever I want.
As I said, I I got the feeling that there were more elements in play. I'm happy to tell you my story. I awoke, 2 weeks ago. No memory apart from that of my god, the Queen of Embers, and I found myself floating in the sea on the ship you can see behind us, and have really been trying to make a sense and understanding of all this since then. My god, while very, very involved in my activities, is a mystery to all, myself included. And since my coming to these varying places, I seem to have drawn the attention of the gods, which, frankly, not as interesting as it sounds, not as fun as it sounds. It is interesting, sorry, but oh boy. When I met the goddess of storms, she was volatile and she did not speak plain and to the purpose, for lack of a better explanation. So I suspected that this whole little side quest was more to test how much myself and my little team were malleable. But I also wanted to talk to your good self about how your ex came into her power. Perhaps better understand the gods. Because from my understanding, she used to be mortal like the rest of us.
Yes, I was there when she was granted godhood. It was... I just realized I've never told anybody else this.
Oh.
Huh.
Do you need a drink?
Do you have one?
I do.
Yes, please.
Well, do you have cups? This might just have to be a pass the bottle kind of afternoon.
I don't, unfortunately. I'm sorry. It's kind of a... She just gesture around like it's just a floating island with a tree in it.
So, just as a show of good faith, a swig, pass.
She takes a very long swig. She's like, it has been a long, long time since I've had alcohol.
I apologize. If I'd known, I would have brought a better gift.
I know, it's quite all right. She takes another swig and then passes it back. I think Hex was like, oh, and she's like, is that can that one?
Just a little bit, Hex, all right? Just a little.
Hex like, okay, fine. And then like pass it to Sharsu, who just passes it back to you.
Thank you.
No, I think Sharsu takes it and then like kind of holds it towards Kevin for a second. I guess, no.
Fucking Kevin.
Just so long ago, I was married. My wife was a practitioner of the magical arts, and I myself was a sailor by trade, a fisherman. I was quite skilled. We were doing quite well for ourselves. She became very adept at controlling the weather, and so she kept large storms at bay to keep the boat safe, at least long as they get back into harbor. Which meant that our small town flourished, and we got a bit of notoriety. Eventually, and this entire time she's like prepping the bird, and eventually like puts it on a stick and like sets it over the fire to start cooking, and is slowly like turning it. Just eventually a captain of notable rapport was made aware of us and came to town and was looking to put together a crew to go on an epic adventure to search for... Honestly, at this point, I don't remember what, because it seems so insignificant at this point. But I couldn't pass up the opportunity. Alphonse, on the other hand, didn't want to go. She was happy where we were. And it's a bit of an argument. I stormed out. I think she thought that I was just going off to cool my head. But I heated the moment, went to the captain's ship and told him we should leave immediately. So we left. A while later, we got hit by the largest, most severe storm I've ever seen in my entire life.
Huh.
The only reason we weren't sunk immediately was because our captain and our crew was all incredibly skilled. 100-foot swells. I've never seen anything like it. And then out of the storm, I saw her. Floating through the air. Coming towards us, her eyes glowing, full of rage. There was a tempest around her, and lightning was sparking from her fingertips. And that's when she summoned 2 ancient elementals. An elemental of storm and a leviathan. One rose up out of the sea in the massive serpent of water and fury, and the other one cloud and storm and lightning. And as they were about to attack our ship, she looked at me and dismissed them.
Blade, no.
As angry as she was, she still loved me. And I her. And she could not bring herself to kill me. And that's when he showed up. Behind her appeared a figure, robed in black. He was far off, but he still felt kind. She turned and had some words with him. And then he reached into her chest and pulled forth some kind of spectral chain. And severed it from her body. He wrapped it around one of his arms. And then took a few steps back. I say steps, they were floating. Seemed very performative, honestly.
It feels very in keeping, if it makes you feel any better.
And then she looked at me. She flew a bit closer and said, I cannot kill you, and I cannot stand to see you die. But I will grant you the option to die should you wish. And then she summoned a lightning bolt which struck me, and she points at the scar on her chest. And ever since then, I have known how to release the mortal coil. But nothing has been able to kill me since.
My word.
Eventually I grew tired of adventuring and found this place.
So this isn't an exile, this isn't this is an island of your choosing.
It's calm here. The floating nature of the island keeps the high winds at bay. I'm able to fish off the edge and occasionally, and she gestures, catch the occasional stray bird to sustain myself. I've begun dabbling in bit of magic. Mostly after I discovered Kevin,
Kevin.
who is still just standing there, trying to figure out kind of what he is, if he wants release or if he's content where he is, which he seems to be. I have figured out how to make more, and I have several times since then. But she has never contacted me since. Occasionally I'll see storms on the horizon, which... honestly not sure if that's her testing the water or if they're just storms.
Well, that's...
You can see why it would seem odd that she would want me killed.
Yes. Especially when you, and I mean no disrespect by this, but when you have the option to do it yourself. Well, since then I don't know how much has changed in the Pantheon. There's a new god. Apparently, according to the general the general religious high class, the gods have fallen silent, though they seem to be very talkative. The gentleman in the dark robes from your story might be Death, who, aside from handling mortal affairs, also seems to be kind of like a, I don't know, like the father of the... No, father's the wrong term. Wrangler of the gods might be better. He isn't their keeper, but he seems to, I don't know, clean up after them? I don't know.
I've had a few visitors throughout the years, and there's actually been several gods since.
Okay, Kisa, you
Zaphos.
can't say that. I'm trying to stay serious. Death's mata. Sorry.
But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to make of this new development.
Well, I mean, thank you for the insight. The idea that extreme power and extreme emotion can cause one to transcend. That last step beyond just power and ascension is strong emotion. I mean, that's something worth knowing.
Your dad's the personification of death.
What do you mean? Death's the bloke we met a couple nights ago. He's a charming fellow, good taste in booze.
Also, I would like to point out Dorks is just screaming insight check.
Okay, could I roll an insight check, please?
You can.
1d20. It's a 1. It's a flat fucking 1.
I mean, gods be gods, yo.
God be gods, yo. Shit be whack.
Once you have enough power to summon a storm large enough to ruin the world, who knows what your fucking motivations are.
I just like the idea that, okay, let me think about insight. And it's like Emberlin goes inside themselves to try and glean extra meaning, and all they got back was shrug emoji?
Basically.
God's gonna God, yo.
All your inside check and your outside voice.
Bravo, Moose, bravo. God, the idea that mid-conversation... Sorry, let me pause you there. I'm just going to insight check you. Nope, nothing. Okay, let's keep going. Oh. Fuck. Oh. So, just turning to after being a complete idiot. I gotta admit, like, coming to this little place, I honestly didn't know what we would find. I for some reason got it in my head that you'd been left here stranded by the goddess of storms, or that you were on the lam, hiding away from I don't know if we were gonna be saving you from a twisted prison of some sort or what have you. I obviously didn't expect to be sharing some lightly grilled seagull or the stoic company of Kevin.
Just no, quite honestly, if I wanted to, I could walk off the edge here and walk along the bottom of the ocean until I found people.
That sounds uncomfortable, though.
It is. I've done it a couple times.
Ooh. Does your
Mostly
island
because of shipwrecks, but
does your island move? Can we send you care packages?
it remains, as far as I can tell, more or less here. I mean, the stars in the sky don't seem to change much.
Well, if there's anything that you desperately crave, if we get the chance to pop on back, we will bring you a. We'll be more than happy to pick some things up for you.
She goes, well, I mean, honestly, and she kind of puts her hand out, like asking for the bottle.
That is only fair considering your story, and I pass it to a wholesale. Let me just take that off our inventory.
She goes, as much as I enjoy my kind of peaceful existence here, it does get a bit dull. And she looks down and she goes, maybe some pants.
I don't have any. Do we still have the materials? The tarpaulin and whatnot in the boat.
I think so.
It's not much in the short term, but you could use it to make some things with. Keep you from being bored. Yeah, so, sorry, we'll bring booze, books. She seems to be fine for food, but maybe some cheeky snacks or something.
I call what you do. Her name is Sareem.
Oh, excuse me. I mean, maybe we can get something for Kevin, like a sash or potted plant as a friend.
I mean, she kind of looks up at Kevin and he goes, I mean, he flowers once a year.
Huh. Have you ever tried clippings?
Yeah, they just fall off. I mean, Kevin, snap a branch off. And Kevin just snaps a branch off and, like, hands it to her. She's like, yeah. And she just throws it on the fire.
I take a moment to be horrified.
Because Kevin is a woodwode. He is somebody that gave up his mortal form to protect a sacred place or a place of particular beauty.
I like this tree, for example.
Exactly. This is... If I had to venture a guess, this is one of the first, or maybe just the oldest, of the ironwood trees.
Well, that's a noble pursuit. Well, now the next thing is to decipher is why it is particularly that the Goddess of Storms sent us here to test us. I have my own theories. I think she wanted to see if we would blindly commit the orders of varying gods.
Sorry, Wraith questioning Kevin's decision-making skills.
I'm sure she would have gotten a chuckle of watching me attempting to karate. Sorry, I can't say karate attack. I'm sure the Goddess of Storms would have had an absolute lark watching me attempt to stab you 30 times. And then Kevin beating me to death with a stick.
I mean, if you do serve one of the gods, maybe you're one of the few people that can kill me.
Sorry. Behind the screen. Obviously, friends, I'm not telling her about the axe on our back, which is probably a fucking god killer. Because we're not using it. Maybe Kevin was the real target. I mean, if you want to kill a woodwode, send a firelighter, you know what I'm saying? Oh, bear with me just a second.
Kisa's suddenly very defensive of Kevin. Excuse me. If Kevin dies, I'll become the successor of the Storm God. Anyway, hot shot. How's it going? Do we want to try for that level 3 hype train since we're apparently working up the?
Terribly sorry for the interruption there. I thought we were going to have round 3 of River and the Dramatic Balk. It's fine, it's fine. River defends the house, but I didn't want another person to have an unpoopening thanks to the God Balk.
Sorry, Shadow's suggesting things to possibly bring her, like looms and chickens and stuff.
We can bring like a little care package. Chicken would be hilarious. Just the idea of Kevin getting chased around by a chicken just makes me smile.
Part of me is imagining like Legend of Zelda chickens, where like if you hit one, they all just like
Yeah,
especially considering that both her and Kevin are immortal. That would just be torture. That's hell. You just created
it's just
hell.
chicken death hell. That's some Greek mythology level fuckery. Okay. Okay. So we were saying, yeah. I'm still unsure as to the Queen of Storms' intent, but and turning to the other. So, well, sadly, aside from that bottle of booze and maybe some supplies that you might be able to use for making things, we don't have much in the way of gifts. But I thought we might offer you something, seeing as you're cooking us up a bit of gull, a spot of story. Xiaosu has been Xiaosu has lived quite a life, and has lived in service of the goddess of knowledge, which I don't know if you've met her. I keep asking if anyone's met her. No one has so far.
She shakes her head. She goes, other than my wife, I have met no gods.
And my apprentice Hex here has worked more jobs than all of us combined.
Hi.
So,
is the food almost done?
Well, we can't offer you much. I thought we might at least offer you a spot of conversation for the afternoon.
Just that would be appreciated.
Obviously, I don't want to interrupt if Kevin has a comedy routine or some slam poetry he wants to lay on us. I don't want to impose.
She looks at him and goes, sadly, the most I can get him to do is play catch. And he's not even very good at it. I'm sorry, Kevin. Kevin just kind of turns and looks at her. Kind of like a dog that enjoys chasing the stick but doesn't understand you have to give it back.
No give, only throw. Yeah, Wraith, we've met the most gods. Currently winning. But yeah, so friends, I don't know if you'd be okay with a bit of hand wavium here, but I thought what we could do is just, tell her a few stories about, getting drunk in the guild hall, blinking islands, leaping out of windows and making a break for it, hitting a dwarf with a dead snake, and just telling some just fun little stories around the fire while she's roasting up bits of seagull.
Yeah, so you do that, and then eventually once you guys start eating, she joins back in with, she had an incredibly long life of, being an adventurer. So she tells you, the rest of the story about after the storm with like that captain, how they like found some legendary magical items, and like, you know, she goes on a bit of a tear, and you kind of exchange stories back and forth throughout the day.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
your
like,
Fred.
terrible ones.
You're pretty good at telling stories about drunken adventures, in and out of character. There's always something of the id that carries through. Aiko is just also agreeing with Kevin and chickens.
Mostly, I'm just imagining like Kevin with a nest like in his head, and just the one chicken that like that is Kevin's chicken. You don't touch the chicken.
Oh, and as a small aside, the Seattle Garages did not win the Blaze Ball today.
Oh,
We were robbed. Robbed! Okay, so I love the idea of just having a lovely afternoon of conversation. Now, the choice we have, friends, is we could, if we were going to get this lass, who I know we know her name, but I've already forgotten it because I'm a horrible person. If we were going to go get her some goodies, now would be the time to do it. Do a quick round trip, drop it off, and then we can make a beeline back. Because at least...
Sareem. That's her name, by the way.
Sareem, thank you. We've got more knowledge than we started with right now. Like, we understand the Queen of Storms is very... I was about to say volatile. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so droll. She's testing us. And Ray says, sounds good to me. Shopping trip for new friend? Yeah. Get stuff, drop it off. Hop a chaw. So yeah, I'd like to hand wave him for the conversation before we start our little round trip to Steamtown and back.
Yeah, we can just hand wave. You like spend the night there.
The Sky Police. Fuck. Sorry.
And then you can like make a round trip pick. What all are you trying to buy for her?
Oh, okay. So, we are nice little a few bottles of the good. Okay, no, a few inexpensive but plentiful bottles of the potent stuff. Gotta last. What do we want to get? Some books. I don't know what the quickest thing we could acquire is. What the Steamtown equivalent is of some really cheesy paperbacks.
All right. Anything else?
Are we doing chickens? Also, Wraith, no. We are not calling them the Spopo. Sky Police. Oh yeah, chickens. Can grab her like 2 chickens? Well, if you get 2 chickens and you feed them, you get more chickens.
So it looks like a gallon of ale is 2 silver pieces.
So whatever that is, but potent.
So we'll say it's 3 silver pieces for like a gallon of like moonshine.
Okay.
So let's be honest. If anywhere has like moonshine, it's gonna be the steamers.
Yeah.
We'll say it's like 2 silver for a cock and a hen.
Okay.
And then say like, are you getting her just like a couple books or like a box of books?
Yeah, just box of miscellaneous nonsense.
We'll say like 5 silver for like, you know, a couple dozen.
Okay, so that's like a
just trash novels.
So that's like a gold and a bit, right? Good at maths.
Well, let's round it. Let's just say 2 gold will cover everything.
Yeah, thank you. Embled's good at burning things down, not counting things up.
Yeah. So you're like gonna make a store run. You go and you come back and you bring her some stuff. She immediately just like, because you get like the chickens in like cages. She just immediately like opens the cages and let them roam.
Please don't let these chickens run off the edge.
At
At
least
least
can kind of fly.
ish. And on the plus side, it's not like they can feckin' go anywhere.
Yeah.
So there's no natural predators on the island. And yeah, so chickens are passed over, box of books, and as we're passing over, like rolling the barrel, we're like, this is very strong. Just letting you know. Dude.
Just like, good to know. And sorry, I couldn't offer more than just information.
To be honest, the information was entirely worth the trip. We understand things a little better now, and can't put a price on that. Well, actually, did put a price on that. That's another story. Right. So, may these things keep you entertained. I have no idea what the future holds, but if time and location allow, we will visit again.
She nods and says, I think I would like that.
Okay. Right. Shasu, Hex, Toothy, let's get back. I have a feeling it's going to get a lot more interesting on our return. Bye, Kevin! We give a big over-the-top wave to Kevin.
Kevin stands there and then she like elbows him. She's like, wave, Kevin. Kevin goes. She looks back and she goes, that's progress.
Wonderful. Okay, and without further ado, let us cast off.
Where to?
So friends, I'm thinking let's just make a beeline straight back. We should, if you don't mind the hand wave view on that one. Well, not for the whole journey, you know what I mean. I'd like us to head straight back to the magically defended city.
All right. We can, hand wave that. I think this is probably a good point to take a quick break because I need a bio break.
Okay, after you.
Be right back.
Sorry about that, friends. Yeah, look at us taking breaks, being sensible, doing the thing. Dorcas says Owlbear Quest. Oh, fuck! Yeah, no, I'd completely forgotten about the Owlbear Quest. That's around this way, isn't it? We took a mission to eradicate some owlbears on an island up here by the Red Isles. Yo, you all want to go fight an owlbear? I want to fight an owlbear. But it's not what I want, it's what we want. We took an owl. We put it on a bear. Now it's 3 times its size. It'll fuck you up. Owlbears. I'm sorry, Wraith. Please forgive me that I keep doing the terrible Scottish voice. I just feel like an owlbear is the single most Scottish monster in D&D. And yeah, you're right. We took the mission. We're pretty committed at this point. Moose! Moose, we're not taking an owlbear as a mount. Now, raising a baby owlbear sounds fucking adorable. Forgive my swears. Oh, Ikoa, sleep well and have a lovely rest of your night, alright? The idea of holding a little baby owlbear by the hand while it learns to walk is the cutest shit I have thought of in ages. Wraith, I don't think D&D has kelpies. I don't think so. Or it might have an equivocant. Like, does D&D have, like, mystical seahorse? Not a seahorse, but a horse of the sea. Well, I'm gonna pee as well. But that Wraith was asking because I said owlbears are possibly the most Scottish monster in Dungeons and Dragons.
I think there actually are kelpies So either there's an official one or I found a homebrew one at some point.
Okay.
Because I remember
back in a sec.
Ian was quite fond of them. I mean, Tarl, I'm not saying quick we need a level 3 train, but I like them. It's just depending on how many breaks we take, that's how many trains we get. P train? That no, nope. That sounds weird. Yeah, seeing official Kelpies, but it wouldn't be hard called Humpers. Okay. I don't know. Kisa, ping
This
Ian.
sneaky train needs to be brought to order.
I swear they had stats for a Kelpie. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, Tales from the Ending Portal. Okay, that makes sense. Kisa, ping Ian about Kelpies. I swear Ian had stats for a Kelpie somewhere because I remember them going on a rant about it. I love that gif. Just the ow.
Train goes chew.
Train does go chew. I think this music is not nearly epic enough for this.
Needs more train.
How many days are in the month of Jundale? Let me check. Why?
All right, listen. Every time I leave you lot alone, just. Okay, sorry. I don't want to sound ungrateful, you fucking legends. So, graphite, caffeine, fearless with the sneaky train. Thank you all kindly. And then on top of bits given out, feckin' 5 subs like it's no big deal. Clan Kelly, Zadoke, Steph Zoid. It's me, Katie. And the, is that the Lilith Society? Which I choose to believe is a Fraser Crane fan group. A spooky ghost threw in 1,000 like it's no big deal. That's freaking $10 to keeping us alive. Thank you.
And torches, there are 29.
Caffeine filling the pint glass. Spooky ghosts unfilling the pint glass. Wolf raid. Train goes chew. I never thought I'd see caffeine rep in House Order, but here we are.
Choo choo.
Choo choo indeed, Mother Hubbard. Vanderbeast, thank you kindly. J-Post with 1,000. Feckin' yo! Okay. Sincerely, thank you.
Yeah, Dorcas, if you know exactly what day it is on our universe, I actually haven't been keeping track super closely, so I could figure it out. I just haven't bothered yet.
Also, it's only thanks to these lovely Mother Hubbards that I was reminded of the fact that we're meant to do some owlbird murder. So we're gonna go kill an owlbird, an owlbear. Actually, killing an owlbird's just a regular owl, which
That's just an owl.
that's just an owl. I've just gone into a pet shop and done a crime. How many days did it take us to get to the Isle? It was 3 to get to Steamtown, right?
It was 3 to get the Red Isles. 1 to get. Well, 1 to find the island. Spent the night there. It would probably took like a day-ish to go back to steamers and then go back to the island.
We're not gonna tame an owlbear. This is a terrible idea. This is holy fuck! Halo, what the shit?
Oh, hey, sandwich. Maybe make the map sandwich.
Fucking yo!
This Justin Will is a massive nerd.
Who told
Enjoy
you that?
your lovely tree island.
Nice! And yes, Soundwave Hungers, this is an incredibly lovely little island. I bet the person that made this this tree island is a cool kid with cool kid powers. No, okay, sorry. I was watching the chain tick down. I didn't want to draw any attention to it because I was like, oh well, I don't want people to think I'm. But Halo Jinx wasn't having any of that and gifted 10 subs to the crowd. They went to Melatonin, Eagle Lives, Desert Maverick, the Italian Buns, Nsins, the X Shadow, Aor, if you will, Tenwin, Mumble Skull, and Jason Luong TV. I probably butchered that person's surname. And then on top of that, not only did the Sandwich Hunger make the map we're on, but threw in 510 bits. Fucking yo!
Also, they made the steamers, so.
Point. Sadly, we haven't explored the Steamers Island much because I fucked my roll to find the Golden Keys Guild Hall. But we had the best street food. And yes, Caffeine, you're right. The Wall of Gundams does prove me wrong constantly, but I never assume. I don't know how to phrase it some days. It's like those things that happened there, that was there. That's not a regular, that's not the norm. Does that make a weird sense? You lot are lovely and I can't say thank you enough. That's what I should be saying. I'm a little nervous as to the bit goal, though, because it just went past a round number, and round numbers now make me nervous. And sadly, I don't have a memory equals null train graphic. I don't know if you saw the image of Will getting smushed by a train.
I did.
It's a whole thing. So, how about that local sports team, huh?
Ah, yes, the sports ball.
Oh, Sandwich was saying, actually, the maps just come into existence out of nothing. Baron asks, and they just blink into existence. It's not that the Sandwich Hungers spends hours making these gorgeous maps. No. The Seattle garages are finally achieving Blascension. And J-Post, you're right. At least we do have a local sports team.
George, that sounds right?
I don't know. Wraith, local sports team, not a sports team. That's a very different group of people. So the distinction is very important. And Caffeine, going for a fucking Dustin of... Okay, that last Corgi didn't make it. I don't know how to tell you. That last Corgi's not coming back.
My stream is lagging super bad. I'm gonna refresh that.
Oh, make sure it's nothing. Okay.
No, it's just because I keep tabbing to other tabs. Chrome deprioritizes it, so I start losing frames and thus get super laggy.
Ah, those vandals. I am that point where I find myself almost in fear of the trains.
Why would you ever be afraid of the trains, Will? That's so weird. It's not like we've conditioned you to be afraid of trains.
God.
Especially during Bemnel.
I mean, there hasn't been any psychological fuckery today, so I guess I'm grateful for that. And again, sorry, I don't want to sound ungrateful. You lot throw in so much on the fecking daily, and I will admit I was a bit of a nerd earlier, that before we went live I was giving hay to the nuggets, and I'm like, okay, this is your food. Now I'm going to go and yell in Sky Steam styles so that you might have more food the next day. And Ray's got a good point, yeah. British Southern Rail trained me to fear trains. No, but seriously, all of you, that was an inordinate amount of stuff. Thank you, alright? Right. Keep my dumbass alive and you keep this going, so thank you. Right! So, slight change of plan. We need to go kill some owlbears first, because we said we would.
Fair enough. So, you have rough coordinates. It is one of the... You're basically going back towards the steamers.
Okay.
It's one of the islands there. There was a mage that was... As the kids say, was fucking around, and they found out.
We got them to say that in the Blackout Club last night.
I witnessed that. That was amazing.
Okay.
I sat down and I just saw that and went, that's something you just got a god to say. All right.
Okay. So yeah, leaving the island, we're gonna make a beeline for the Albarian mission. Suspicious typing sounds from Baron von Sheepington.
I'm weaponizing my GMs. Because I forgot to have them make that map.
The journey to the Owlbear Island was long and drawn out, with many sonnets.
I mean, worst case, I can just draw quick. But...
Sorry,
well,
George is just saying Albarian sounds like something from the country of Alberry.
Sorry, I'm gonna. There is a
GMs,
song in
generator
this
of maps.
playlist that, in brackets, just says "ragtime."
Ah!
This just in, will like Swan Division.
Okay, there's a whole bunch of things all happening at once right now, and it's just as... Our crew has been in the Sky Seas for 5 days. Sky Sea madness has taken hold. Lizzie T. Powell, thank you for feckin' 26 months. You're right, I feckin' loved One Division, and I'm probably going to watch and rewatch that show over the coming years and become that obnoxious guy that talks about it all the time. But more than that, like, thank you. 29 months at a tier 2, but for all the feckin' hours you put in to keeping the long ship running, yo. So thank you. No one knows how cool we are.
I actually finished One Division last night as my like decompress after prepping.
Okay. Do you need ragtime hold music for the League of DMs?
Yeah, I could just browse in the worst case. I've got my tablet there. I can just pull it over.
Tal's like, should be watching that instead of watching you go insane. Both go insane.
I mean, go insane? I think it's just continued to be insane at this point.
You can always go further down that rabbit hole.
In quarantine, I feel like every time that I get real drunk, I just see the text that says Ember restored, like from Dark Souls. Like, ah, yes, this is what normal feels like.
Oh, lordy. Too real, friend. Right, let's go kill some fucking owlbears! Oh, and again, friends, thank you for feckin' Train and Lizzie and all of you and... let's do this! This is annoyingly catchy.
Right? Also, this is apparently the ragtime version of this.
Alright, we've got our travel music. This is where the little, like, 8-bit Emberlins kind of, like, blipping along the map.
Just bloop, 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 bloop. Like, this is why I love this person's music. Because, like, there's this song called The New Gods. Or there's The New Gods, accordion and percussion. They put out like 4 songs a week. It's nuts.
I feel like this is the prelude to a cartoon animal telling me about the dangers of forest fires. I feel like a ghostly lion father is going to tell me about the circle of life, you know what I mean?
Also, this isn't even all the songs available to me. Like, he's put out... I don't know if it's he. They have put out, like, 30 songs that just aren't even on this playlist yet because I haven't bothered to go back and download them yet. Nope.
Well, I mean, Wraith, that's the irony, is we are the forest fire. Oh yeah, and if anyone's descending further into madness, it's Shasu. Used to be a respectable paladin, and now this. Oh, well, Sandwich Hungers, thank you for stopping in, and I hope you're doing well, friend. Have yourself a lovely rest of your day.
How is a PS5 already broken? Anyway, I shouldn't ask that. I've seen things.
Dark things.
I knew a dude who we unironically, and also, fun backstory for you, was the name inspiration for Hank the Tank. His name was Frank the Tank. He had anger issues. He had a pile of PlayStation controllers that he had twisted in half. He was one of those people who's like 6'6" and like 6'6". Like, he was not fat. He was just a huge person. Anyway. So, you begin making your way towards one of the islands of the steamers.
Heading towards the wherever the owlbears were indicated.
So, it's actually like one of like the little like Horn Islands.
Okay.
So you make your way toward there per the quest you've been given.
I just get nervous when you get quiet. I get nervous.
No, sorry, I'm reading messages from the Shadow League. You know that there's, again, this was a quest given to you by the guild. There is a mage that was experimenting, and experiments did not go well. So you make your way onto this island, and you head towards what is very clearly like a wizard's tower.
Okay.
Which is where the like pointed check-in is. And at the top of the tower, out of like one of the windows, there's actually like a banner, like hastily kind of slapdashed hung out the window that's flapping in the wind. And as far as you can tell, there's no door to this tower. Like, you do a quick circle, and there's no like ground floor door to this tower. There's no way in. There's just a couple windows up top.
Okay. It's just a tower just jutting forth from the island. We don't yet have an ability which is like honking explosion, right? Blow tower to smithereens. Okay. Are these windows big enough for a person to get through?
Roll me a perception check.
The answer is, I don't fucking know. 1d20. 18! Fucking finally!
It would be a little tight. Like, you'd have to not like squeeze through, but you'd like duck through a window, yeah.
But it means
it's not like a window, like an arrow slit or something, but it's, yeah.
Like, means Xiaosu's not coming through.
It's 4 o'clock. The automatic cat feeder went off. Sorry. But yeah, there's like, out of one of the windows, there's like this bright red, like, almost looks like a like warning flag of some kind.
Okay.
Looks like you could probably squeeze through if you needed to.
Alright, so I reckon Xiaosu and his mace might be able to crack a few bricks out, maybe get him in as well. This feels like a... No, Dorcas, there's no such thing as goose bears.
There are now.
Fuck!
Don't give your DM ideas.
But I
That's
didn't,
a
bloody
terrible thing to
Dorcas
do.
did! Don't put the goose bears on me!
They're actually like, they're koala-sized, and they're just mischievous and just cause havoc.
Now, is it a bear with the body of a goose? Or is it a goose the size of a bear?
I think it's like a koala with feathers that's just chaos.
Oh yeah, that might actually be a drop bear, as Neighborhood Lucifer is pointing out.
Yep. Also, I love that Path of Exile put those into the game. Anyway. They're in Path of Exile, there are enemies literally called drop bears.
I still love how people have been convinced that those are things that exist in nature. That continues to make me smile. Right!
Oh, I've conned multiple people into thinking that jackalopes are real.
Shasu! Do you reckon you could widen the hole a little bit if we go in through the window?
I mean, maybe, but do we need to go in there?
I mean, this seems like where the trouble is. Do you mind if I perception check to see if there's, I don't know, just some owlbears hanging out around the fucking tower or something?
Yeah, go for it.
Because I don't mind boat slamming into one of them for an easy kill. I rolled 15. Oh, I just had to get warmed up today.
So yeah, you fly a little lower, and you look around, and there's very clearly like tracks, and at the base of the tower, there's like claw marks, like they were trying to get in. You don't see any at the moment.
What do you think? I still think getting inside might not be a terrible shout. But yeah, Xiaosu is asking the important questions. Why? I get asked that a lot.
Sure, she was like, okay, but why? And apparently Ian found Kelpie stats. Anyway.
Way cool, way cool. Alright. Suggestions, thoughts, feels, violence? Like, at this point, like, we could do an owlbear flyover hunt. But, I don't know.
You also, just as a reminder, you do have your, like, magical Attack on Titan repelling gear.
Good point, good point. And we've got... no, we don't have a harpoon, do we? Yes, no, we have a harpoon.
You have your hammer that acts as, like, harpoon gun thing.
Who wants to go fishing? Now, we could use this to anchor ourselves to the tower, explore carefully, you know, generally get into mischief.
Yeah, you have, this is the GWS Epoch's character sheet. You do have a Runedar hammer in here, which has, like, it's meant for, like, sky whaling, basically, where you, like, swing down, you slam one of these magical harpoons into a thing, and then your ship will magically tether to the harpoon.
Or we go fishing for owlbears and use the high power harpoon to find them, catch them, and then burn them. Because
I mean, it should be noted, they're not like shooty harpoons. You have to go up and like melee hit them.
I'm sorry, I'm just playing and replaying the original Attack on Titan theme over and over in my head.
Yeah.
No, I've got a hammer. Ha ha! Okay, so the first suggestion has been Asari saying search the tower first. Oh, I guess that seems sensible. And Caffeine, while you're not wrong that the A-Team theme would be awesome, I don't know if it's fitting, because the one thing the A-Team has is a plan. I don't have a plan. Maybe you have a plan. Maybe we have a plan together. I mean, Dorch's right. The wizard might still be in the tower, but then we can be like, hey, we're from the guild. Come to deal with the owlbears. And if they turn out to be a jerk, then hammer time! Not actually going to use the hammer. Though that would be hilarious. Yes, grab fire. Either way, the plan is fire. You're right. Wraith, I'm not sending Hex in by himself. What if something happened? Actually, I don't know if we get information on who put the contract in, would we?
Don't worry, I've got an Anjali.
All right. Yeah, the Sky Popo keep trying to stop us from our illegal hunting expedition. Let us track these heckin' owlbears. So, if possible, I'd like to put follow the tracks if I can.
All right, give me a. Yeah, I apologize. I do live very close to, like, a fire station, so we get a lot of sirens.
Let's go punch an owlbear.
Let's go punch an owlbear. Wraith, no, we're not calling them the Spopo. This is not your hill. This is not your time. And sorry, Graphite Sparrow. 18 months, you fucking legend. Thank you kindly. Right. Okay, rolling the thing. The thing was a 6. Fuck.
This will be a survival check. Yeah, like, looks like the owlbears have been trying to.
Trogdor.
Sorry.
Owlbears have been trying to get into this place for a while.
But they haven't been succeeding.
I mean, it's stone, so. Like, yes, they're magical, super powerful owlbear thingies, but it's still them trying to get through, like, 1.5 feet of stone.
Okay. And that wasn't enough to be able to track them via the ship, so I can't do like a little like fly over, find them.
Not at the moment. So you've just been kind of circling. Like, again, it's hard to track something when you're like 50 feet up.
We've been circling the tower. Fuck. Dorchester is asking, how big is this island?
It's actually fairly large. It's a decently sized island. It's one of the, I believe there's 4 like main islands in the Red Isles. There's like the big main isle, and there's a couple smaller ones.
Okay.
So yeah, it's decently sized. This tower is kind of apart from other like villages and stuff that are on the island, because wizards like their space.
Point.
And if things like this happen, they want a buffer so they don't like decimate a small village accidentally.
I mean, we've all been there, right?
Right. Like, I don't want to accidentally kill a bunch of innocents, whatever.
All right, so here's my thought, friends. I feel let's anchor this Mother Hubbard by the tower, and let's go on a hunt. We can heckle at the tower whilst we're there, see if anyone pops their head out. But yeah, let's get on the hunt. I tried to be clever. Clever's not happening today, so let's just murder. So yeah, I'd like to bring the ship down and anchor it by the tower.
Okay. Are you going to get like to the tower or just like near the tower?
Near the tower.
Okay, cool.
It's a wizard tower. I don't trust wizards. And I understand saying that as a warlock is very, very rich, but here we are.
Oh, are both my pens dead? Whereas here I was gonna be all clever and draw a thing, but I think both of my drawing pens are dead. Let me restart the software just in case it's the software freaking out, because it does that sometimes.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, I was just software freaking out. Okay, let's move you over to this guy.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Oh, and Caffeine and Bacon Avenger, thank you both for the bits, by the way. I don't think I said a proper thank you as your stuff came on in.
So yeah, you got the wizard tower, like tree trunks.
Okie dokie. Dorch was saying as a joke, but there isn't anything else of obvious markings on the tower. There's not a sign that says above the door, Wizard Joe's Tower.
No, it's very much just like a tower. There's a couple windows on the top, and then out of one of them there's that like red flapping it's a little banner.
Okay. I don't recognize the banner, do I?
Yeah, it's just like a red piece of cloth.
Okay. Hello up there! We're from the guild! We're here for the owl problem!
I just had a... I'm doing two things.
And no, Wraith, it's not the regional branch of Gary's Inventorium. Fucking Gary. I'm still bitter.
So yeah, you say that, and then you see a head pop out. It's very difficult to see from up here, and also they have. Wait, this is a compliment cap. Sorry. I don't care if there's a new update to the Huion stuff. Fuck off. Why? Thank you, Windows, for not letting me type things when I want to.
Technical updates, the bane of so many.
Oh, this sheet is just not letting me comment on it. Okay, cool. Yeah. What is happening?
Wizard shit. That's what's going down. This is why we don't work with wizards. It always gets weird. It's something about the towers and the solitude and the fumes. A lot of fumes. Oh, sorry, clarify. I didn't see your message. Saying, yeah, the only thing there is a little sign that just says, beware of owlbears.
Sorry, Chrome decided to like massively zoom out randomly. And I'm trying to remember what the zoom in, zoom out function is.
Oh, it is. Sorry, and whilst this was happening, Common Cat was calling out, being like, this is because the intro went so smoothly. Wow.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
Supposedly control plus and minus should be your solution.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. And now I'm trying to find the person that I was about to... There we go. Comment.
Yeah, as Dorches points out, that's what wizarding school is actually like. That's what wizards really get up to in it. Feckin' towers.
So yeah, a head pokes out. For you can tell, it is a robed lizard folk person, covered from head to toe in brown robes. You just see the snout, and they look and go, "Oh, thank you. Yes, they've been harassing me for quite a while."
Sorry for the wait!
Last I saw, they went that way, and they point like northish.
A big cheesy over-the-top thumbs up. Oh. Still can't believe Ray made Tiefling Will. I'm still not over that.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, Graphite's a lizard wizard. Well, sorry, what I'm thinking is let's kill the owlbears and then say a proper hello.
Okay. Just put your ship as... there-ish. Oh god.
Sorry, I'm just
Sorry.
chortling at rates. A lizard wizard. So you mean a lizard? Oh shit.
It's real terrible. Anyway, we're gonna use this one. Okay. So, they point north, and then you immediately from south hear this like otherworldly roar slash hooting sound.
Oh, that's Pellet Town.
And charging towards you, there are two owlbears, which are actually bigger than this because I think they're large.
After they say they went north, I'm just gonna yell up, "Never mind! Found them!"
Alrighty, so give me 1 second to find owlbear stats. Because I'm a consummate professional and totally expected you guys to actually interact with the owlbears, because you guys always follow the quest that you guys are doing.
Honestly, if these lovely Mother Hubbards hadn't reminded me, we would have gotten back to the guild, and the guild would have been like, "So, owlbears?" And I would have been like, "Ooh, them owlbears. Ooh, what a mission. I need to step outside for 5 days. I'll be back in just a sec."
All right, that being said, oops. Moose, get out. That being said,
Moose, yes. Sorry, everyone. Moose was like, "So, Baron, you're asking everyone to owlbear with you?" Ah!
that being said, Will, I need you to select your token on the map.
And roll for initiative!
Yep.
So, Emblem. Initiative. How do I do? Fuck! 3. I was too busy yelling at the lizard to be paying attention to the fucking owls running at us.
All right, let me roll for Hex. I have to remember where initiative is on this character sheet.
Actually, so friends, I was looking over Emberlin's spellbook, and I realized that we could have announced our arrival with an ungodly honk, because Thaumaturgy does allow us to make a spontaneous sound. It can't do damage or anything, but we could have had our boat come in and go, honk! To announce ourselves to the island. The great power of Murder Goose. Raid's like, "You should have stuck with the owlbird. We're not ready for owlbears." It's all right. We'll come back from this bleeding, broken, and I'll just go bully a pet shop and make myself feel better. Oh yeah, compliment camp, all the loudest. Bam, 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 bam.
All right, descending. All right, it is Hex's turn first.
Fucking MVP. All right, where are these? Where are these heckin'? Oh, they are big boys.
I believe they are large. Yeah, they are large monstrosities. So Hex is going to move. I believe Hex's movement is. Let me double check. That's not right. There's no way that's right. Hex's speed is not 10.
He's so little.
But no, it is actually it's 30. Sorry, because he is small, but he has the mobile trait, so he's faster. So
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Hex moves up to there.
Cool.
Owl, bear, A. Me. Nameplate, and then somehow they keep making this more complicated.
Look at these. Look
Can
at
you
these strong boys. What's up?
Can you see Owlbear A's name?
I can't. No, I can't see the names.
Wow, they actually changed a lot of this stuff recently.
Wraith saying, if we're going to use magic to announce our arrival, it should be the blast from Prince Ali from Aladdin. And no, I don't care, it's out of universe. I can only make a sound. I can't do make way for Prince Ali. Make way, here he comes.
Theoretically, you should be able to see their names now.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Sorry, they changed that menu, and I haven't. It's been like a month since we played, so I haven't gone through and checked things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's nice that Roll20 is adding a bunch of like functionality updates and stuff. It's just.
All right, that one is going to trundle up to there, and then stay put. Let's see. Sharsu is going to.
I'm making plans.
Sharsu is going to move up to there and going to attack with his war pick. Or his mace. It's his war pick here. At the same time.
Oh yeah, I got the push on Eldritch Blast now, don't I?
Yeah, you do. All right, so Sharsu comes up and like tries to swing at the owlbear, but it rears up as he does, and it just misses a little bit. Albert B.
Then here comes the B team.
Moves up there and bellows out a massive, otherworldly cawing roar sound.
Caw, motherfucker.
It is your turn, Emberlyn Burns. What do you do?
Okay, having finished yelling at the tower and realizing that it's going down for real, turning on a point with a surprising seriousness, I first cast Hex on Albert A. Yes, I am going to do anime hands when I do it now. That's my thing.
Let's say that's a good hex symbol.
And it'll
Say, sure. It's hexed.
It's Hex now.
Okay. That's a bonus action, right?
It is a bonus action. Does that mean I get an attack, or just that I can move around now?
You get an action and movement.
Okay. As in still, or Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
confused.
no, you can still do an action, which includes attacking, defending, dashing, etc., and you movement. So yep, that was a very quick. You just hexed it.
Just
Like this, almost like over its skin, you see this like almost ember like glow ripple over it quickly.
And I do not want to set Chaosu on fire just yet, as we've made friends.
What? Fan beast with hoot dares disturb us.
Yes! I still stand by Hoots Mon being an owlbear trainer. Okay, let's keep it simple, keep it snappy. Eldritch Blast.
All right, roll your attack.
Hang on, I learned how to do this. Both. 19.
I believe that hits. It does. They have to do a.
Okay, let me see. And now I've got to read all the things. On hit, the target takes D4
1d10 force damage.
Yep.
So you can do that by in the chat where it says Eldritch Blast at the bottom there. You can click that
Yep.
and roll damage.
4.
4. And then
Not cool.
with your other thing,
It gets pushed back 10 feet in a straight line from me. So I guess straight back and a bit.
all right. So
And-
it takes 4.
Because it's hexed, it
Oh yeah.
takes an extra 1d6 of necrotic.
All right. So roll 1d6 for me.
2.
All right. So it takes 6 damage.
So it was kind of like a cast hex blast, which makes me feel kind of cool for a second there. And
it gets pushed back,
yeah,
which also means it moves out of Sharsu's area.
wait,
which
so
means
he
it can
gets a
go back over.
swing at it as it's going past.
Yep.
Swing, bada 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 bada. Sorry, friends. Let the spirit of Blazeball lives inside me. All right.
Which does not hit. So I think he wasn't expecting it, and he tries to hit it on its way past, and just like he biffs it a little bit.
And I set it up for him perfect.
He wasn't expecting it. He's not fought with you a ton.
It's fair. It's fair. All right.
All right, is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right. It is now Hex's turn. Hex moves. 5, 10, 15, 20. Hex. Hex. I don't know why I keep closing Hex's character sheet. Because I have too many character sheets open.
I think that the whole crew will agree there's no such thing as too many characters.
Yeah, there's too many things. There's too many character sheets.
My apologies, friends. Let me move the turn order over here.
Hex swings Toothy for a 9, which does not hit, unfortunately. But because Hex has the noble trait, or mobile trait, icon words, it's going to move away without invoking an attack of opportunity.
Oh, nice. And he's still learning to fight with Toothy. This is his first foray.
Yeah, just like get used to the weight. Like it looks like a hand axe, but it's a slightly different weight.
Because it's alive.
All right. Owlbear A is going to move back up and try and attack Sharsu. Let's see. Oh, it has multi-attack. Oh, good. It's going to try and bite, and then it's going to try to claw. Oh, +7. No big deal.
Oh, God.
16. Sharsu's. That one misses.
Oh,
That one hits. All right.
Fuck.
So Sharsu, like this thing comes up and tries to bite it, and Sharsu does this actually kind of surprisingly nimble like turn, and like the beak just clamps or like glazes off his shell, and as he's turning, he just doesn't see a claw coming up and hits him in the face. For 2d10 plus or 2d8 plus 5.
Oh, before I do more nonsense, with Hex, I get to choose something that they're bad at, that they have disadvantage.
It is on ability checks, but yes.
Yeah, I'll be choosing Dex because it's flame times after this.
All right. So, oof. Sharsu takes 14 damage.
Buddy, no!
Oops. I can math. Yeah, Sharsu's not that like he just got a claw to the face. He is not doing well.
Fuck.
But it is now his turn. Let's see. What spells does the Sharsu have?
Swing it back! Swing it back! Break his beaky face. And the Dorchus, if you can reverse engineer Emberlin's dexterity from this, I will be thoroughly impressed.
All right, let's see. Cool. So Sharsu places his hand on his chest and he casts Shield of Faith on himself, which temporarily increases his AC by 2, which he probably should have done earlier. But...
We've all been there. It's nothing quite like a claw to the face that reminds you, oh shit, I can heal myself. Or, oh shit, I can be tougher.
And that is a bonus action, so he is also going to swing his mace.
Oh!
For 23, which does 9 piercing damage.
Oh! Dealing it out.
So yeah, he like touches his chest and mutters a couple words under his breath, and you see him kind of like glow a little bit, and then just upswings this owlbear in the face.
Oh!
Owlbear B. Oops. 20. It's gonna go up and take a swing at Hex. Oh, multi-attack at Hex. Seven. Crits and misses. So,
Fuck.
um, 12 to 10. 16 damage.
Fuck.
Hex is unconscious.
My baby boy! Oh no, you fucking didn't.
Emberlin, is your turn. What do you do?
Okay, moving 20. Actually, no, I think I need to move. I think I can move 25.
Actually, hold on. Sorry, one.
Or was it 20? I
Let
looked
me
at-
double check because I think I might have forgotten to do something. Oh no, I'm sorry. I realized I forgot to do something. Let me.
No worries.
Okay. Hex is still unconscious, but I forgot to level Hex. So, still unconscious, but that wasn't an insta kill. Because that almost wasn't an insta kill. So, Emberlin, it is your turn.
Okay. So moving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I unleash full-on burning hands across both the owlbears. Like,
Alright.
with full... There's no glee, there's no chipper quips or otherwise. Like, hands blazing. Emberlin is furious. This is unapologetic fire and rage. Just right across. Now, I'm gonna aim it, but... Oh, shit, the bed. Is it 15
You can
feet?
always angle it like downish,
Okay,
so it
yeah.
doesn't hit them. Your friends.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna open up fire on both these mother hubbards. Okay.
What's your spell save DC?
I always forget, sorry. 14.
Okay. So they have to beat 14.
Yes, but A is at disadvantage.
You're right. It is. So that was A. Critted 1. Failed the second. And B also failed, so they take the full 3d6.
Okay. Roll.
Go ahead and roll me a 3d6.
3d6. Okay, this is for A. 9. And this is for B. 10. Feck you both. Just... There's, again, the usual flare and grit. No, this is just hate and fire.
All right. Yeah, you just... And they just both shriek as they get hit by this wave of fire. Hex is unconscious.
Oh, boy!
Death save. Pass. One pass. All right. Owlbear A turns to you after you yoke fire at it. Takes a step forward, and it's going to take its 2 multi-attacks.
It didn't move out of engagement, so it doesn't get a free swing. And fuck, a duck.
Yep. So hit. Hit. Good God. So. You take 8 plus.
Shit.
2d8. And then another 13.
Fucking hell! That is 21. Cool. Down to 11. Fuck. Oh well.
Alright, Sharsu, who I believe has...
Maybe I have to bring out the big thunder.
That.
Looking through spells. I'm not saying that there's an I win spell here somewhere in the book, but I'm really hoping.
No, sorry, I need to double check a thing, because I think I might have messed up making this character sheet. Because I swear all paladins get lay on hands, and it's not on this character sheet.
Faith! Have a little faith! Memnol Season 3, coming summer 2021.
Fighter, paladin. I think I genuinely just messed up this character sheet. Yeah, they all have lay on hands. Okay.
Okay.
I just missed it making this character sheet.
It's fine, it's fine. Just,
Dear?
I mean, my
Why are you
character's in a
still-
lot of pain. This is a deep pain.
So Sharsu's going to step over here, which is technically not out of melee.
Yep.
Why are you not letting me drag and drop? Okay, I need to refresh.
Reasons!
That. I think Roll20 is freaking out.
Okay.
All right, for some reason, I don't know why, but it's not letting me do this. So it's what level is Sharsu? All right, so Sharsu leans down and touches Hex, and Hex is no longer dying.
Yes!
Hex has 3 hit points.
I'm just going through the book here. Alright. You're back in the game, little buddy! You're back in the
Oh,
fight!
no, sorry, it's your paladin level times 5. My bad. So he has 15.
Okay.
All right. And that is a full action. So that is his turn. Owlbear B, I'm actually going to have.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Owlbear B is on fire. It's actually going to move over here and like roll around and like put itself out. Emberlyn, is your turn.
Okay. So I actually have one question. I was looking at Hellish Rebuke. It's a reaction. Was that something I was meant to call as I got damaged? Or is it something I do?
Yes, that is.
after?
If you take damage, you can use your every round. You get one reaction. Reactions include attacks of opportunity, Hellish Rebuke. I think technically Tasha's, things like that. So yes,
Yeah.
you would have to say I use Hellish Rebuke.
Good work. Good work, dum-dum. I didn't do that. Okay. So as much as I'm enjoying these dingo on fire, we need a bit of breathing room. So it might be time for another. Eldritch Blast. Yeah, I think it's time for another Eldritch Blast. So just with whatever claws and bite marks hit me, with bleeding wounds aplenty, I'm just a low Eldritch Blast straight into the owlbear torso.
All right, roll your attack.
Actually, I think this is the one. Okay, spell attack. All right, sorry. I keep getting confused which ones are the ones I gotta. All right, 17.
Let's see. All right, yeah, you hit. They both have to make their 1d20 plus. It's a dex save, right?
Oh no, this one's just on hit.
Yeah, no, to resist the being pushed back. Which is dex. Yeah, no, it's dex, which means Albert A has disadvantage, so 15, 14. What's your spell save DC?
It is 14.
All right, so it actually succeeds because matching equals succeeding. And then the second one does not. So this one gets pushed back 10 feet. 5, 10. All right. Anything else? I'm going to move. Flip them off.
Oh, I think you might have found. I might have targeted the wrong bear. It was the owlbear up in my grill.
Yes, but Eldritch Blast is a cone.
Is it? Cool.
Yeah. They both get hit. Unless I'm very, very wrong. A beam of crackling energy streams towards within range. Make a ranged spell attack against. Oh, the target. Sorry, I thought it was a cone. Never mind. Not bad. Yeah, no, you're right. I thought it was a cone for some reason. Never mind.
Really hoping I was going to push that bastard out of the way. Tempted to just do like pocket sand. See if anything fucking happens.
Pocket Sand would be a full action, and I believe Eldritch Blast is an action. So
It is. Well, in the words of the great scholar Sir Walter Riley Scott. Fuck. All right, it might be time. Kill or cure? Can I pop a potion?
yeah, you can pop potion if you want.
All right, here we go. All right, no, I wanted to go at that one. That was a weak ass pop. Okay, so there we go. Okay. It was a 3 and a 1. Will is immediately poisoned and dead.
Sorry, I'm just double checking that I know what the.
It gives me super bulk out smash powers. Hey, Wraith, Roll20 can't mess with my dice here.
Sorry, how much did you say it was?
3 and a 1.
So, 4.
4 total.
So you get back 6 health.
Yes! Didn't give myself count. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, back up to... No! Back up to 17. And... Alright, yeah, let me just find where I put the potions. Turn it down to 1 potion, not 2. Okay. Where are they? Sorry, yeah, that's my action. I'm not going to try and get the feck out of dodge.
Alright. Hex is awake. Hex uses half of their movement to stand up because they were prone, because they were unconscious. And they move over here, and they're going to swing
Empty potion.
with
though.
Toothy.
Come on, Toothy. Here we go.
And they get advantage because they have pack tactics. They have pack tactics. I can words. And they crit!
Woof! Hex for the fucking win!
Also, I feel like... Hold on. Oh. I also have been calculating Hex's damage wrong. So it's 1d6 plus
The axe is hungry.
1d4 doubled, so 8 damage. Oops.
Moose, I hate that I was thinking that so loud that you heard me.
Alright, that is the end of Hex's turn. Owlbear A. Alright. So Albert A is then going to up airing until I find a okay, not gonna do it. Never mind. Gonna take a swing and a bite at Emberlyn. 24, I'm assuming that hits.
Yeah,
And
both.
18, which I also assume hits.
So long, cruel world. This is why we shadow step and not try and get lucky on an Eldritch Blast.
9. 8 plus 5. 8.
Nah, I'm
So
out.
9 and 8.
17
Unconscious?
total.
Alright. You were unconscious.
Boop. It's been a good run. So yeah, season 3. Expect the announcement soon. Fuck.
Double check a thing. Oh, sorry, it wasn't letting me do it earlier. Sorry, was Lay on Hands a bonus action or a full action?
Oh, having a bad time. Having a bad time.
Oh. He used all of his points to, I misread that. He used all of his points to heal Hex. So he is just going to... I'm managing too many character sheets.
Yeah, us to leave. What a great time to come on in. We are in a very, very poor spot.
Yep. 19 does hit. Sharpsuit does 6 damage to this thing. Alright. Owlbear B. Yeah. Alright. Owlbear B fails its save, and it is going to nope the fuck out. So it becomes afraid and starts running for the goddamn hills.
So at least I can say my fire did something vaguely useful rather than getting us all fucking... at least this isn't as bad as the Mimic, right?
Alright, Emberland, it is your turn. I need you to make a death saving throw.
Straight up
straight
D20.
1d20.
Okay. Failed. Crit failed.
It's
Fuck.
2 fails. Crit fails count as 2 fails, so mark 2 fails on death saves.
Boop, boop.
Hex. Brings up Toothy. It's gonna roll twice because 18 hits. 4 damage. Oof, not much.
Comp, you fucking terror.
Owlbear A is going to turn around and do its multi-attack towards Hex, since you are unconscious and Hex allows one to do damage to it. So hit, miss. So the beak attack is 1d10 plus 5 minus 6. Hex is at 4 hit points.
You can do it, little buddy. Coughs up blood. I believe in you.
Sharsu turns and tries to swing his war pick down into 17, which I believe hits. It does. 8 piercing damage. So Sharsu swings his mace up and brings it down squarely in the skull of this thing. And it falls limp.
Oh, fucking hell.
So it is dead. Immediately goes over to you. And actually I realized I misread. Yet again. How Lay on Hands works. So he's going to use the rest of his Lay on Hands to bring you back up to 5 hit points.
Fucking hell.
So you have killed one owlbear. The other one is still on the loose.
Oh.
You wake up and feel just like Sharsu's hand on your chest as you feel this warmth pulse through you. You cough up a bit of blood.
That did not go to plan. That was the opposite of going to plan.
And for the moment, you're safe.
Oh. Lordy, lordy. My death saves don't go back to normal, do they?
Yeah, they do. As soon as you're alive, you reset them.
Okay, fucking thank feck. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, I was about to say, you're yelling at me. You were the ones that reminded me of this quest. I would have forgotten about it. And it would have been a charming piece of banter with the quest. And now I'm trying to stop my insides from being on my outsides. Okay. Oh, trying to slowly struggle myself up a second and be like, okay, that went very, very, very poorly. Ah, Chaosu, thank you. Right, we know these things hate fire. We might have to... Hey, you up there! Yo! Wizard!
A moment passes because like you saw them like watching all this happening from the window, and a moment passes after they ducked back into the window, and then the stones just move, and there's now a doorway there right next to you.
Thank you! Come on, team, let's go. Oh, let's go have a sit down.
They're like, yes, come inside, come. They are a femme-presenting lizard folk, covered from head to toe in brown robes with only a snout, tail, and clawed feet visible, deep green scales, and magnificent red and yellow frill that runs down her head and down her back. She's like 6'4" while standing at full height.
I just...
but she is like hunched over.
Oh, just before we close, do you want the body? Do you need it?
It's like, no, I just want it dead.
Okay, well, consider this the halftime show. Oh God. Yep, no, that's not supposed to move like that. Consider this the halftime show. Oh my word. Is there somewhere we can sit down that's not porous? 'Cause that's a lot of blood, and that's not coming out of carpet.
I mean, the floor that you're on is currently like stone, so she scampers up the large spiral staircase up above.
I look at the large spiral staircase with a look of long drawn out agony and proceed to go ow with each step. Ow!
I don't know. She very quickly comes back down and is like, I'm sorry, no, sit down. I was getting, and she holds up a vial of like red liquid.
Okay, and as I walk down the steps, I go, ow! Ow! Ow!
So yeah, she hands you a potion and is like, drink.
Feck it. What's the worst that could happen? Just chug it in one.
As I make sure I know what things are. All right. Dear Emberlyn, would you please roll me 44 plus 4?
Okay. Roll. 4d4 plus 4. Boosh. 16.
16 health back. There you go.
Oh, goody. So that puts me up to 21. Boof. Okay. Oh, there's a bit of visible healing. Okay, I'm feeling better.
Yeah. You look down and all of your wounds begin like stitching themselves closed.
Oh God, I hope there's no like owlbear fur in there. That's going to take ages to get out. Have you got one for my little assistant?
I'm sorry, but this is the only one that I had on hand. It was for emergencies.
Okay, emergency appreciated. Okay. Rubbing the pain sweat from my face. Okay. Those things are tougher than I thought. I should have taken that a little more seriously, so I'm gonna put the blame on me here. I'm sorry for what happened. But it turns out they hate fire, which turns out a weak flickering flame in one hand. It's something I'm not too terrible at. Okay.
Your coming is appreciated. I've been stuck here in this tower for about a month.
Okay, well, assuming we get out of this alive, we're happy to give you a ride to somewhere nearby if you need.
I just need them gone.
Okay, go on. We can
This
do.
is my home and my research.
Okay. Xiaosu, how you feeling?
Shasu's just like sitting against the wall, like, been better, but I will live.
And little Hex, I saw you spring back, buddy. How you feeling?
Hex is just like face down on the ground, just tiny thumbs up.
Okay, good work, little buddy. All right. I apologize for imposing upon your hospitality. We might just take a small rest and a breather here. See if the corpse of the owlbear lures the other one back. And then... Okay. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to need to rest before we make a move anyway. What do you say, you two? Want to take a little breather?
They both kind of nod.
Okay.
The wizard is like, yes, no, it's take as much time as you need.
Okay. Awesome.
I am Terma.
Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Herald of the Queen of Embers, and apparently Owlbear's favorite chew toy today.
Yes, so it would seem.
Okay. All right. So I'd like for us to take a short rest, get back a little bit of strength before we try and. As I want to take a technical short rest.
Yeah. So you can spend hit dice if you would like.
Fucking yes, I would love to.
So you get hit dice equal to your level.
So I got 4. So I can roll 4d6. Sorry, 4d4. Or up to
Yes.
4d4.
You can roll up to 44 plus your constitution. But keep in mind, this is a stockpile, and if you spend all of them now, you won't get them. You slowly get them back over like days of long rests.
Okay.
Owlbear. More like owlbear. Okay, I'll see myself out.
Hadbeast, get out! And please come back. And thank you for the 200 bits. I am going to be spicy and spend 2 of my hit dice.
Okay.
So roll 2d8, and then it's d8 plus constitution, right?
Yep.
We know our con is 3. Fucking hell. 4 plus 3, so we get 7 back. Great. But 28's better than 21.
And now, because you're a warlock, you get all of your spell slots back.
Oh, thank fuckity duckity. Oh, okay. So, after...
Hex is also going to spend their 1 hit dice.
Oh, also, I didn't see Caffeine took the Yaldum. Good on you, Caffeine.
Hex gets back 5. So Hex isn't quite at full, but it's very close. And then Shrasu. I really need to rename their character sheet because the character sheet currently says Tortilla.
Okay, but Tortilla is a great name for a turtle character.
It is.
Oh, Vanbeest says I get for each 1 cast for Constitution.
Oh. Wait. No, you're right. Yeah, sorry. It's, con per HP.
Then I am up to
Per
full. Feckin' wee. Woof. And all that. Kisa's like, I did this. Yeah, and Dorches, it should be casting my spells. If I'm using the in system, it should be casting them at the right level. Tortilla is a formation of the Turtle Navy. Feckin' hell. But can't they breathe underwater? Aren't they all the Turtle Navy?
They cannot. They can hold their breath for a really long time, but they cannot breathe underwater.
Okay. Oh, and Kisa was saying that the tortilla was a combination of turtle and artillery. Tortillery, if you will. Now I just want Mexican food.
I mean, same, but I also always want Mexican food.
Yeah.
So as you're resting, your kind host was like explains that they were trying to breed or like fuse things to make incredibly strong like pack animals, and they just turned out much more fighty than they
I mean,
wanted.
props to them. They succeeded. Oh. Okay. So just turning to Hex and Xiaosu. I know that last fight went exceedingly poorly, but I think we can take this next one. We got to get it dancing. I need to get that Mother Hubbard on fire as quick as possible. I need to get it on fire and staying on fire. It does not like the flamey flavor that I bring. So we're gonna do something really, really dumb. I'm gonna take point, and if it gets close, I'll blink away. And I'll try and move around it, try and keep it ablaze without setting your lovely selves on fire as well. So, protect yourselves. Don't... Who am I kidding? We got to do this together. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, friends. I want to fight the good fight. But I'm very, very delicious to owlbears, apparently. So, if I hang back a little this time, it's not against either of you. In fact, I don't know what I'm saying.
Sharsu stands and like puts a hand in his shoulder and goes, "Some of us are built a little more," kind of taps his shell, "like a brick wall. Some of us can set things on fire with their mind.
Well,
That's fine.
book and god powers, but I'll give you that.
Whatever."
Okay. You all feeling up to this?
Yes. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. And Hex just like holds tooth up and is like, "Oh."
Okay. Okay. All right. Lizard Wizard.
Your host is like, I will go up and watch for it to return, and when it does, I will open the door for you."
Okay.
So, scampers upstairs, and on the way up they go, "So just be ready, I will open the same space that opened before."
Oh, okay. Quietly, so as not to nerve out my friends, but grasping the medallion firmly in one hand, make a little quiet prayer, and I'm like, "Queen of Embers, I ask not that you grant me special strength, for I failed to do this, and I must now prove myself. But I ask that you protect my friends. I've brought them into danger, unbeknownst to themselves, and it's not their fault that they face down death. Look after this little one, and this righteous one, and maybe the little squiggly thing that's pretending to be a knife as well. Honestly, I'm not sure how they fit into the whole system. And now I'm rambling. Just watch over them." Okay. It's not like Emberlyn to be, maybe not nervous, but Emberlyn's, there's an anger now. There's an adrenaline, and almost as like a little tick, Emberlyn keeps flicking a spark with one hand, kind of like flicking a lighter on and off when waiting for something to happen. Just this little like.
Yeah. So eventually, so I need to. You all cannot see it, but the owlbear does return. Kind of sniffs its dead companion, starts trolling around. It's been like an hour or so. It's like you're You're just like sitting there waiting, and you, from up above, as it comes through the forest, you hear like, I see it, from up above.
All right.
And eventually, the wall opens up, say like here. And it is time once again.
To roll for initiative.
Yep, so select your character and roll initiative.
All right. Come on, come on. 13. That's better than 3. Wraith, roll for please don't feckin' die. I'm sorry, Vanderbeest, I should have said thank you for filling the pint glass up and all. Oh man, Hex is feckin' raring.
Then plus. Oh!
Fuck.
Albert somehow managed to crit its. Oops. Just on there. So, the door opens.
This thing's coming in like a fucking xenomorph. Like, shit the bed.
Although, given how like quickly this happened, I'm gonna give you guys a surprise round because it was like investigating its dead companion, which means it's
Okay.
next turn.
Okay, which is better.
Ah, that was my knee. Which is better than having the feckin' Alberamorph ready to tear our faces off. Moose is
Hex-
like, Owlbear's back.
So the door pops open and you're like, all right, and Hex is just like, wee, and goes up. Yeah, like all the way around, like tuck and rolls underneath this thing's legs, and on the way underneath is going to roll an attack. Where did Hex's character? 4. Unfortunately, does not hit, but like tuck and rolls under this thing, tries to attack, but misses a little bit, and then because they have the mobile trait, it's able to back off to here. Emberlyn, it is your turn.
Okay. So. I am going to leap forward out of the gap and go for almost like a little ground slide. Now, you said that the hex was kind of like an intermediary action, right? Like a. Do I need to do
That's
that?
a bonus action.
A bonus action. Do I need
So
to do it at the beginning,
get-
at end, or start?
In 5th edition D&D, you get 1 action, 1 bonus action, and your movement. You can break up your movement as much as you want. Like you could like move 5 feet, bonus action, move 10 feet, full action, move another whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are the 3 things you can do.
Okay, so
Yeah,
hang on, I
hex is above
moved 1, 2, 3, so I moved like 15. Okay, first, Super Hex. Spitting forth curses, partially of infernal that I do not truly understand, and partially that I heard that one time in the guild hall. I infer comments about this owlbear's entire lineage, and hex them out. I'm going to choose dexterity again,
Okay.
and then so it's after the hex, and then come around, and with absolute fury, I just unleash another round of Burning Hands.
Okay.
So that
There
is.
requires a dex save on their part, I believe.
It does require a dex. I think. Oh yeah. So I have to roll 3d6, and they get halvesies. Yeah. Okay. So roll 3d6. If they save, they take half, and then I get my cheeky hex, which is an extra d6.
Let me roll their save first to see if they take half or not.
Okay. Cool.
1d20 plus and it's at disadvantage since you hex them.
Yep.
So 10. Either way, they fail. Okay,
Yep.
so they take full damage.
Okay, which is 17.
Jesus.
I told you I was pissed. Plus 1d6 from the hex. Yeah, just making sure. Yep. And a 2. So 19 damage. Fucking yes!
So yeah, you just roll out and hex, and then just this gout of fire. You actually see Hex have to like back around the tree to like avoid some of the fire.
What smells like
This
burnt
is-
fur? A burnt fur.
Both burnt fur and also burnt feathers. Either way, doesn't smell good.
It's like the worst equivalent of a surf and turf, you know?
It's real bad.
Wait. George is saying it's 4 at level 2. Is it?
It should have done automatically.
Oh, well, okay. I made the call. If I fecked up, then that's on me.
Like if you click it in your spell sheet, it should automatically roll max damage, theoretically.
Okay.
Either way. We're gonna keep going for now. I'll check it after a session at some point.
Yeah, let's take the W, and we'll sort it out next time. I'm not saying you're wrong, Dorcas. I worry about re-rolling and having the curse of Emberlin's rolls seep back into it. Okay, and that is my movement.
So Sharsu steps out and casts Shield of Faith on you. So your AC is up 2,
Okay.
and then moves up here. And that is actually going to be Sharsu's turn.
Okay.
The owlbear steps forward and is going to make its 2 attacks against you.
Feeling. But I mean, I'm up to 13 armor, so that's something.
So 2 attacks. Keep in mind that, yeah, your AC is currently 2 higher. 10, 23. So the second one hits.
All right.
I'm assuming. I'm assuming your AC isn't 23.
It is not 23.
So its claws hit you for 2d8 plus 5 for 20. Jesus.
Fuck me up sideways. All right, I'm hellish rebuking the fuck out of that because ow, those claws went through me. I have puncture wounds.
Are you alive?
Just down to
Okay.
11 health. Fuck. Okay,
Alright.
spells. Hellish rebuke. Boosh. Casting at what level? I can cast it at level 2, can't I?
You can cast it whatever your max level is. So 3.
Okay. Boof.
So it has to be against DC's 14.
Oh no, because it hit me first, so not a disadvantage.
It's still a dexterity saving throw. I think it still has to. I mean, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. It should still be a disadvantage.
If it is, then whoopity doopity, let's burn this
Like-
alberity. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying not to start.
Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I'm pretty sure it's a disadvantage because it's hexed against dexterity.
I'm just trying not to start Memnol season 3 early. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Wraith. Who'd thought that owlbears would be so adept at fucking shit up?
2, a nat 1. All right, yeah. So it takes what is it? 24 fire damage.
I think so.
Oh, sorry. Rasmus says hex disadvantage on ability checks, not saves. Okay. Okay, so we're just I'm gonna re-roll just since I was rolling under false information. So 10, which still fails. So it takes 24 hit points of fire damage, or whatever Hellish Rebuke is. How do you want to do this, Will?
Oh, okay. So being fucking impaled by bear claws. Rather than wincing before or getting, like, knocked on my ass. No, this time it's just rage and anger. I fucking grab the bear's arm. And it's not even language at this point. I just mimic scream in its face. Just, ah! A cone of fire just erupts. It's almost as if, like, you can almost see a hateful, like, scream in the fire itself.
Yeah, so all of its fire just erupts more and then explodes a little bit and then shrinks back into it, and the thing just crumples to the ground. And you see Hex kind of peek out from around the corner like, oh, we're done? Okay.
It's safe now! But maybe don't open the door just yet because it smells fucking terrible! I pull
The door's still open, but yeah.
I pull bits of the owlbear out of me and just like oh. Yeah, Clank, you're right. You hurt Hex. You get burned.
So I think everyone involved kind of like sits down like, oh god, okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lean against the tower a little bit. Fuck. Oh. Hey, Jiaosu.
Yeah.
Do you reckon these things are edible?
I don't know.
I pre-cooked
Hex is
this
like-
one. I got us a ready
You see
meal.
Hex's head pop up from behind the elbow and goes, anything is edible if cooked right.
That I can help with. Ah.
You kind of like lean your head back against the tower for a moment as you hear like the pattering of feet coming down the stairs of the wizard coming down. And you open your eyes, and standing in the woods, there was a woman in like full plate armor with a massive tower shield that's like dug into the ground and a huge greatsword over her shoulder and a helmet under her arm. And she just like gives you a nod.
I try a little smile, but it looks obviously pained and a thumbs up. Just it's like I'm clearly trying to pretend like I'm not in suffering agony and yet am. Like, oh.
And I think that's what we're gonna call for the day.
Fucking yo. See? If I'd stuck to my flamey guns at the start, would have been fine, but no! I wanted to be all like, whoop-a-cha, Eldritch Blast, whoop-a-cha, Eldritch Blast, when it should have just been on fire. Oh, yeah, that first one wrecked faced so hard. Yeah, as Wraith says, this is where we stop tempting fate for one day.
I forgot to send the thing. Anyway, so we're gonna do end of session stuff. Let me get you guys to a screen that doesn't look like garbage.
Hey, it was. Okay, hang on. Let me zoom on this in for everybody. Okay, so at the end of each session, the way Baron does XP is we aren't rewarded it based on kills or murders or specifically. It's about how we were in the world. So
I mean, you do also get some for completing tasks like killing things, but this is an additional way to like help move you along.
And
so
it's like
not just
this and Stars Without Number
hobo.
just wave into each other for me, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you will get XP for killing the owlbears, but at the end of each session, answer these questions and make 3 guesses what your stats are based on the answers. And guesses the DM, which is me, will award you XP.
Okay.
Did we learn something new and important about the world? And
We
or
did. We spoke to the Queen of Storms, well, the Goddess of Storms. I keep calling her something different each fucking time. We spoke to her ex, who we now know that she reached godhood by just flipping shit. Already powerful, she unleashed. We know that the Queen of Embers was once a powerful pyromancer who sought to attain great power from the Nazil by offering one of the Nazil to the Great Dragons, and apparently it paid off. We learnt where our ship came from. Like, we were swimming in plot goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn music change.
Yeah. Also, you learned about Kevin.
We learned a lot about Kevin.
That's cool. So, that is one. Did we overcome a notable obstacle?
Points to bleeding chest wounds and owlbears. Yes.
Okay. Did we gain anything?
A
A new ally, magical item, notable wealth, means to achieve a goal.
I would say no. But that might be the case next time, because, I mean, we're going to carve up chunks of those owlbears and bring it with us. Okay, Dorches and Wraith saying we gained a friend. Like, what's the face of the floating isle? Serene definitely became a friend. Mainly because we gave her a bunch of chickens and booze. If someone gave me chickens and booze, we'd be pretty much friends from that point.
All right, I'll give you that one. All right, and then character. Do we follow your personality trait?
Yes. Well, okay, no. I would like to put forward that we did. Our character traits for Emberlyn. Kind to the kind. Which, you know, the last of the floating isles was kind to us, and we repaid that and then some.
All right, I'll give you that one. Did you adhere to your ideals?
We've not gained ideals yet, so we can't get anything from that one. So, friends, if you can start thinking about what the ideals of Emberlyn Burns might be, then we can start crafting that together. For bonds, did we smiles blazing? Like, I feel I'm too close to guess on that one. What do you lovely lot think? Did we go in smiles ablaze? Wraith's saying no on bonds. Okay.
I think this is the one time you haven't. Is you actually went in kind of calm and
pretty honest, you know?
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Did you act on your flaws?
Fucking yes, we did.
Yeah, that definitely.
And now that small island's gonna smell like burnt fur and feathers for the next 3 months.
Have we set a goal? Or you set any goals? I forget. It's not a thing like default in the character sheets, so I think we keep forgetting to set them.
I don't think we have.
All right. So,
but we still Emberlyn still doesn't have any grand goal beyond tell people about the Queen of Embers.
Yeah.
Okay. And now comes the stat guesses. So again, if this is your first time dancing around with this, because we're given a blank sheet at the start of the campaign, we have to work out most of everything. And so the way that we work out the characters is that we guess at the end, and Baron tells us if it's true or false. Dorchus was doing the math earlier on our dexterity, being either 10 or 11. So what are our thoughts and feels? Now, in the past, I have had... what we used to do was we'd do 2 group guesses and then Will gets a guess, but I always get it wrong, forever. So I'm just facilitating at this point. Because all it does is change it from having 3 guesses to only having 2. Though I do think that our insight could be like negative fuck Will. Wait, no, Wraith. We got...
I mean, I think the only time you rolled insight this time, you rolled like 2.
Yeah. Yeah, we managed to do charisma. It was 19. Remember, I was so sure it was lower on the scale because there's no way we'd have 19 charisma charisma to start. Wraith, it's entirely fine, yo. However, Asari and Dorcas, I think, in Dex 11. So I'm going to put that forward as our first guess. Our dexterity is 11.
Dexterity is not 11.
Fuck!
But you're more than welcome to brute forces. You can go up or down.
True, true. We can play higher or lower, but we get 3 guesses, and we just use 1, so we've got 2 left. So Wraith's saying maybe we should go higher for 13, unless there's a reason to guess lower. And Compliment Cap suggesting on the goals, the ideals is devotion to our deity. Or as Compliment Cap put it, they'd like to suggest, I am devoted to my goddess, the Queen of Embers. Since we're beginning to officially brand Emberlyn as the herald to most people we meet, and that prayer in her fight kind of solidifies the devotion. I hadn't thought of it like that. I mean, I saw the jokes about, I guess Emberlyn's going paladin now, but, yeah, it's coming together.
That's a valid. I mean, that's something we can discuss either next time or like in the Dice and More Dice channel. Like, if you guys want to agree on an ideal, like,
yeah,
always boast my queen's name and tell people that she's coming. That's fine. Like, we just have to set a firm one for you to XP on it.
Now, I'm pretty sure it was leather armor was what Emberlyn's wearing.
Yeah, he's wearing leather armor. I feel like all the attacks from towards you were either like super high or super low, so it's very difficult to guess. That or I fucked something up and made you take damage when you shouldn't have.
I mean, the world is a chaotic and strange place. I always like, I don't know, the flexibility sometimes in systems. Yeah, so we know that the armor class is 11. There's AC deconstruction going on here.
Mm-hmm. What? Don't trip me out, me.
Whisper knows what it is. Whisper's trying to tell everybody. They just don't understand. Whisper's already worked it out.
I mean, he can see it. It's all on the screen right there.
Out point.
You just can't read.
There's some theory about whether or not there's even a dex bonus to be had. And Dorcas, we guessed dexterity 11. It is not 11. Oh, you meant 10. Well, you said it's either 10 or 11, and then the suggestion was it's 11. And did we guess Dex 10? Is that in the grand list of things we have tried to friends?
I think you've only guessed 11. But I could be wrong. I don't keep track of your guesses. I just tell you right or wrong.
Alright, Dorches is saying if we guessed 11, it's gotta be... Oh, Moose is saying plus or minus when we guessed 15. Alright, you know what? Dorcas and Wraith are reckoning it's going to be 10. Do you want to... Should we roll the dice on that? Like Operation Brute Force? Because it's not going to be any lower than a 10, right?
Kevin, yes, you have 2 guesses remaining.
Yeah. All right. Executive
You guessed
decision.
11, which was wrong.
Gonna go with Dorcas and Wraith on this one. Dexterity 10.
You're just determined to be on my lap, aren't you? Your dexterity is not 10.
I made mistakes. And I will own those mistakes. Okay. Caffey's like, brute force it with 13?
I mean, you've guessed 11 and 10.
Okay. So yes, we've guessed 11, 10, 11, and 15. So there's a 13 theory.
Also, Moose, I actually rolled your stats. Like, I straight up rolled them and then assigned them as I saw fit. And I tried to not be an absolute dick about them. So. But I straight up did I think I did.
You know, you didn't give us a strong warlock with no
I'm trying
charisma.
to remember. I don't remember if I did 3d6 or 46 DL1. I think I was being nice, and I think I did 46, dropped the lowest one. Like, you're the protagonist. I don't want you to be, like, accidentally 6s across the board.
I mean, we're getting wrecked. We've got a...
You keep rolling like shit.
We have to get serious in fights, and I kind of like that. Like, we can't just chuckle feck our way through it. We've actually got to be like, alright, let's fucking do this! We can't just be like, la 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 la, Eldritch Blast. La 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 la, Eldritch Blast. Alright. Caffeine's suggesting 13. Raid's suggesting that with 15's probably... It's not going to be higher than 15 dex, which is not a bad shout. Like, I'm down for Operation Brute Force the Dex. Oh no, Wraith, don't put this on me. Don't put this. Like, I'm doing my best, but I don't know what I'm doing. All right, heck it. I'm gonna take Caffeine's Brute Force suggestion. 13. Our dexterity is 13.
I was gonna pour myself more drink before I answered, but I'm out of drink, so I was gonna be a dick about it. But your dexterity is not 13.
Well, pee in a bin bag.
That being said, yeah. Whisper, how do you, like, you keep trying to cuddle in, but you're, like, just slipping off. You get, for the things you have slain, and other things that you've done, you get 1900 experience. 1900. I did add your experience for the previous session already, so.
So I just had to do very, very rudimentary math. Totally not
you
bring
can literally
it up
just, like, I think you can just plus 1900.
Totally not going to bring up the calculator app.
I think. Otherwise, yeah, we can just basic math it.
So that is 4, 5, 150, right? I have to think about it very slowly.
5150, yes. Which I think is just shy of a level.
Hey, we just got through the last round of leveling. at least it feels like we did. Time travel.
That's one of the things about this, doing it this way, and I might actually start scaling back how much XP you get per guess and goal and stuff, is you're leveling very quickly. So I might dial it back a tiny bit.
Okay.
Next session.
We trust you. Right. You lovely, lovely Mother Hubbards. So thus concludes another adventure of Memory Equals Null. There were fights, there were banters. We learned a great many things. And Emberlin now has far more holes than they began with. So there's that. Yeah, a lot of things. I'm going to roll credits, and then I will find some lovely Mother Hubbards to pass you on to. But again, just as an overall banter, not just to those of you chucking in bits and keeping us going, but to all of you who sticking with and coming through. I know we had this planned like 2 weeks ago, and real life decided to throw a fucking curveball. So for all of you that came out today, thank you so much. I think we can all give a big feckin' cheers to our illustrious DM Baron Sheep. I'm just the noise maker of this operation. The story and real work is one Baron von Sheepington III. Or is it fourth?
Third.
Okay, I was double guess myself. And an additional thank you to the League of Shadow DMs. A thank you to our sponsor Roll20, which is both the platform that we play on and is sharing us around with the world. So who knows? We find a few new people each week. And our other people we need to thank are Death Metal Kyle, obviously, for our cracking intro. And
Shraiku.
Yes,
and,
Shraiku.
D20 music. Or sorry, music D20 on Patreon.
Cheeky late tree sub. 29 months of subs. 2 years of mem now. And almost 3 whole fucking years of the longship. Here's to many more for all of those.
Hells to the hell yes, Wraith. Hells to the hell yes. And thank you for being a part of all of it. Like, fucking 2 years of Memnol. Shit.
2 years since I convinced you to actually do a thing.
Only after many, many rounds of me drunkenly telling you the same problem and you repeatedly telling me, no, I've actually fixed that.
Turns out I had actually fixed that.
Who knew? Who knew? Oh, no, thank you all. And yeah, fucking this time next month will be 3 years of the Longship. Not too bloody shabby. Right. Sorry, Wraith just added hashtag never miss a memnol. That's got a nice portmanteau to it. Also, thank you to Lucifer, who has been doing the podcast cuts. So if you want to catch up on previous missed episodes, or if you want to watch the first season, which it's rough around the edges, mostly because I'm a complete loon, but it is its own unique flavor of feckery, let me tell you. You can absolutely do that. The Memnol podcasts have the podcast command. Caffeine's done it. I am. As soon as we stop the fight, I am flagging like old shoes. So I'm gonna roll credits. I think we've thanked everybody. We've done all the things. We've done all the things. Okay. So without further ado, alongside everybody chilling and illing and being wonderful today, I would like to thank the following people for yoting bits this way, which, as you know, is kind of keeping us going right now. I'm very grateful. So firstly, not only our DM, but glorious train starter, Baron von Sheepington III. The Sandwich Hungers, Favour 6. Saidland Tarlicus, Wolfcrade, Fearless Sun, the Bacon Avenger, Asari Greenfire, Graphite Sparrow, J-Post, Caffeine, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, and Vanderbeest as well. Like, thank you. Thank you. Your moderator today was Caffeine, Lizzie T. Powell, Rhymes Moose, and Tarlicus. That's a full complement of legends. And for subs, resubs, and gifts, for whether you were hunted by the housecarl trains or celebrating sprees, I'd like to thank the Neighborhood Lucifer, Moymaid, Gemma Barbarian, Enthusiasm Holstered, Zemansky Tomfoolery Hibiscuit, Games Dean, The Bearded Lynx, Reflected Gamer, Dino Oblivion, Clan Kelly, Stephazoid, It's Me, Katie, Zadok, Lilith Society, Melatonin. God, I almost fecked that one again. Desert Maverick, the Italian Buns, Zasin, X-Shadow, Eagle Lives, Mumble Skull, Eeyore Tenwin, Jason Lung TV, I almost killed that one as well, Lizzie T. Powell, Graphite Sparrow, and Wraith. Like, all of you. Fucking thank you. Fucking thank you. Alright, let's find a lovely person to pass you over to.
I mean, I have a suggestion if you don't have anybody else.
Let's see who we've got. Who are you thinking of throwing people over to?
Nine Hydras is currently doing game dev, working on her indie horror escape room
Okie dokie.
thing.
Graphite, you cheeky mother hubbard. So we'll hang with some people's making some video games.
Shout out the
Get that.
link in the Discord. Yeah.
Okie dokie. Okay, so pass your good selves on. Right. Another Memnol in the bag.
No big deal, just, you know,
No big deal.
plot and yet more plot.
I'm going to yeah, fucking hell. Right.
Definitely need food, so I'm gonna go find food after this.
Okay. So, to all of you lovely Mother Hubbards, have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I will natter to you all on the Discords, and we will go from there. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Coleman Cap, yeah. Everyone gets to stay in the fake anime intro. They do. They do. Okay. Otherwise, I'm going to natter at you all until the break of dawn. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And I'll see you all later. Good night, friends. Okay, where's the button? There's the button.